Ago. I don't know if any of you here in chat were here for that. Mayor of Space might be one of the only ones. But yeah, got a little USB earthquake. Holy cow. Earthquake. There's an earthquake happening. It's still going. Oh man. It's still going. That's geology for you. That's geology, baby. Oh man. We live on a planet that is very much in motion. In many ways. My heart's pounding right now. Yeah. Let's basic level, and they go, oh, that makes sense. Especially if you can tell it to them like a story. We as human beings are storytelling creatures, you know? We think about things in terms of narrative. And when you just give somebody a fact, they can just throw it away. It's not gonna stick in their brain. It's not a compelling story. If you can take your facts and you can string together a story from them, though, that is a way to get somebody to actually care about an idea. So yeah, I don't know. And I think respect is a really important thing, too. Not sneering at people, not going, oh, you're stupid. That's the easiest way to lose somebody, you know? Yeah. So yeah, does that make sense? Yeah. Don't just talk about bikes, teach them to ride one. There you go, Trek Nerd. I like that a lot.
So cool. Honestly, I don't know. I'm not going to say it's not cool, you know?
Yeah, I mean...
Nobody likes false modesty.
This is your life. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's my life. I love what I do. I know I've been doing this over 50 years. Every bone is just as exciting as the first one. I mean, you know, what else is like that?
Yeah. Good stuff. Model. I love that they put a tail club on the end, too. So this critter is one of the best preserved dinosaurs from California. We'll see it over there in a minute. But let's just admire this fleshed out model first. These big osteoderms, these big armor plates. It's a bone embedded in the skin, like a flexible suit of armor. Big sacral shield back here to protect the hips. Yeah. And then big old shoulder spikes as well. It's lovely. And look at that head. So this is clearly based on Euoplocephalus. Just like the skull is just a solid box of fused bone. And I don't know if they really portrayed it here, but these guys presumably had armored eyelids as well. So
these wooden ribs that are kind of getting you close to the overall shape.
Yeah, within a few inches.
Right.
Very cool. Silvotrode says, do you think an animal that big would care about a human? Or would we be like mice, too small, not a threat, wouldn't notice? That's a difficult hypothesis to test.
Instead of settling for knowing what dinosaurs looked like, we now need to know how they lived.
Kinda hot in these rhinos. Perfect timing.
Kinda hot in these triceratops.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. For the benefit of science, for the benefit of humanity, you know? I have no interest in keeping the dinosaurs that I find. And all the stuff that you see behind me, these are all 3D prints. These aren't real fossils. These I have for teaching purposes. The real fossils, as we always say, well, where does that belong?
That belongs in a museum!
It's true. Yeah, because...
Can't play with it.
I think she senses a threat. She's like, this is not of this world.
be gentle.
Right, let me go.
Oh,
You're scared of this.
Oh, I just noticed Velia's tail, so we're gonna get a 360 here.
That's so cool. Thank you. Yeah, she's a velociraptor. You guys have seen Jurassic Park, right? Yeah. The real velociraptor is a lot smaller than the show there. It's covered in feathers. A lot of them, yeah. Especially the ones that birds are related to. So yeah.
You're more scared of it than you see, I promise. No.
For long after you're gone, is to take that money that you would have probably way overpaid to buy a dinosaur fossil somewhere. Don't do that. Fund some dinosaur research. Fund an expedition. Use that money to find new dinosaurs. And if you're lucky, they will name one of those after you. And you'll be remembered forever. That's my advice.
No bone right now, unfortunately. We got some ancient roots in there. 73 million years old, you know? It's, yeah. Pretty, scientifically important there.
So sorry.
Oh, is that already a trash bucket?
It's like 2/3 trash, but we're not gonna throw it away. We're just gonna we'll check it out before we do. But
cool.
Okay. Any other container?
Surviving ants may be able to regroup and rebuild. But when they do, the pangolin will be there to destroy it all over again.
Get wrecked, ants! Creatures striding across the open plains, eating tons and tons of plants. You don't really have very many of them today. You know?
It was a real surprise.
But Dr. Chin had a hunch that maybe these duck-billed dinosaurs had been snacking on something else entirely.
Ooh.
Vertebrates frequent rotting wood. So if those dinosaurs needed a good source...
Commodore says, a creature the size of a Gundam. Commodore, that's brilliant. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I've never heard that before, and that's kind of perfect. That's only at the very frontier of my understanding what a Gundam is, but it's a giant Japanese fighting robot, right? Yeah. Yeah, you don't get plant-eating animals like that today. You just don't. But you did during the age of dinosaurs. So A, is evolution A, the metamorphosing of animals as they grow and develop? B, creatures growing better adapted to their environments through their lifetimes? C, change in a lineage of organisms over multiple generations? Or D, if humans evolved from monkeys, then why are there still monkeys? And there you go, yeah. Little Alverasaur with little... Oh no. It is like the Ios Bashful emote. Yep.
I think they might be leaving right now. So we'll go rendezvous with them. Oh, well, well, well. Just looking for you. Are you holding up?
Good.
Yeah, excellent.
We lost the gimbal. We lost the battery pack.
Oh, wow.
We're on fumes, but let's do it.
Okay, okay.
Bug house?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's go do it. Let's go see some inverts, shall we?
Oh, the old buggy for pen. The old buggy for pen. I was born in 78 in the old pen. Like children we'd sing in the Foggy Fern Bend. How I wish I was in Foggy Fern Bend now.
Oh, don't we?
178 degrees. How I wish it was a Foggy Fern Pen. With the temperature crawl up on my leg. You drinking enough water?
We've got Ethan on vocals here.
Need more fog. Fog though.
Fog does sound really good right now.
Celtic hour. Oh yeah.
Oh, so fired. There was a big pile of rocks on top of it. Fisher. Oh, and it's on live stream too.
Oh.
Oh, he's so in trouble. Ruined. Oh. Should we tell the story of why I am so upset?
Should we? Please.
I think so.
Yeah.
We have these nails that we use to make our mapping grid.
Yeah.
Later, if you want, I could show you one of the maps from last year.
Can you point to the nail right there?
Yeah, there's one here.
They're, as you can tell, Chet, they're kind of hard to spot sometimes.
Yeah. And there's little nails, and we have some larger nails.
Yeah.
That one says 50 east, 96 north. So the north line goes this way, east west line goes this way. And so when we map the bones, we have a little meter square that we put over, and then we draw our map on our little square of graph paper. And so that's how we map the bones in. And it's really nice to have the grid squares from last year, because that way it's consistent, and then we don't have to reset the grid, which also has some inaccuracies. So I always tell people the most important thing out here, even more important than the fossils or our health or having dinner, is to make sure that you do not mess with the nails. And so Fisher knows that well. He's been here for 3 seasons, and that one was kind of a vulnerable nail because we are moving dirt here. And so that we wouldn't mess with it, we actually put a big pile of rocks around it.
Oh. Well, that disguised the nail.
Covered it in
And
matrix.
somebody forgot that there was a nail under the pile. The tag is gone. No dinner for him tonight.
And Atlas Bird says, when did we realize that birds were dinosaurs? So it depends who you're talking about. Some paleontologists realized this very early on. And for others, it took a lot longer. But it was really like the mid-1990s that it was a done deal. It was clinched. Because we started finding fossilized feathers on dinosaurs. And it's like, oh, throw in the towel. That's it. All the people who are saying that birds evolved from some sort of crocodile-like ancestor and that dinosaurs were not very bird-like or whatever, it's like, nope, back it up. The evidence shows, the fossils themselves show birds evolved from dinosaurs. Dinosaurs had, some of them, full-on flight feathers.
And I'm riding on a dinosaur right now, Trek Nerd. This is the only dinosaur they had available, you know? When life gives you chickens, you ride a chicken, even if it's a male one. 50 or 60 days we were out in the field this summer, and hey, how's it going? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm interrupting.
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, come on in.
You were in the museum, and I never get to watch you. And
Really?
I typed in your chat and said I never get to watch you because
I saw you, Becky saw you?
Yeah,
Yes.
Over the
Okay.
UK, yeah.
Yeah.
My moderator absolutely loves you, and he's on like the mountain time, so he gets to watch you.
Awesome.
So could I have a photo? With you?
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, cool. Good. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Good to meet you too.
Is this your stream? Are you live now?
We are. Yeah.
He's
yeah.
probably watching right now.
Oh, really?
I wanna
Very,
see.
very cool.
He's probably watching.
Can we get a shout out for Becky Saif as well?
Yes, there we go. Yeah. Thank you. He'll be so like he'll be happy and he'll be jealous. I know. But I never get to watch you because you come on at like 10 p.m.
Yeah.
in the UK.
I'm thinking about maybe doing a schedule change, starting an hour jacket or a field jacket around the fossils to safely get them out of the ground and back to the laboratory. So think of it like a protective cocoon that we put around the bones to protect them as we transport them back to the museum. So the lower jaw is in that right there.
Yeah, right.
We've got another lower jaw right here in the ground. And there it is right there. And so hopefully tomorrow we can trench around this a little bit more. And then we put some paper towel over it. And we take some burlap strips, we soak them in plaster of Paris, stick them over the top, almost like a broken arm or broken leg. And then once that hardens over the top, you got like a nice top jacket there to protect the top of it. And then you dig around the sides, maybe you put a side strip around, and then eventually you flip it. And then you clear away the rock from the other side, and then you put plaster and burlap on the other side of it. That's plaster jacketing. Yeah, maybe I'll be showing more of that tomorrow, but and is that dotted bit an impression of the skin? It is, Moonerized Rabbit. Thank you. I almost forgot. This is an impression of the skin right here. This kind of pebbly texture like this. That is duck-billed dinosaur skin. Pretty neat. These guys must have had such tough skin in order to have it be preserved like this. We're not talking about like kind of leathery skin like on an elephant. We're talking about like pebbly, almost like on a Komodo dragon, but much, much bigger. You know, tough skin. Tough enough that when most of this animal rotted away, bits of the skin were still there and got buried in the sand along with the bones. So, pretty darn cool, right? Yeah. If there's one thing that you take away from this stream, I want it to be this. You ready? These guys right here, plesiosaurs. Here's like a mythical representation of a plesiosaur. There's Urquhart Castle behind it in Loch Ness. Plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. Again, for those in the back, plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. They were not dinosaurs. They never were. Plesiosaurs and dinosaurs are different animals. They are from different branches on the reptile family tree. Plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. You got that? Plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. There you go, Ladina. Yes. Yeah, in fact, according to this particular range map, California doesn't even exist. But how can that be? I'm here right now, aren't I? I mean, I don't. Just kidding. And Self Universe says, when you were a child, did you want to grow up to dig out exciting things?
Help me out there, Danny.
Oh, yeah.
This is what I dreamed of as a child.
Let me run around a little bit. Then I'll say the nail flip over there.
Get some energy in ya.
Take a look at that.
If you find it, please send it. You know, let me know. Let me know. Don't pick it up. Take a photo. Take GPS coordinates. Leave it there. I've got a permit. We'll get it.
Yeah, awesome. There we go. This is at the reception at the Minnesota Science Center on Wednesday night. Yeah. That's not even the animal moving that fast. It's not sprinting at 40 miles an hour or anything. It's just when you're that large and you've got a stride length that impressive. There's a decent chance that the iguanodonts that we're digging up here might be a new species or a new genus. It's hard to say if they're the same, if they're coeval with Iguanocolossus, and we don't have a lot of overlapping material. Like, what do we actually have from Iguanocolossus? Do you remember?
It's a maxilla, which is
the
upper jaw.
Upper jawbone, yeah.
Squamosal, which is behind the eye.
Mm-hmm.
A syrangular, which is from the jaw. and then a bunch of miscellaneous bones from the rest of the body. So bits of limb, bits of vertebrae, ribs and stuff.
So in order to be able to tell if this dinosaur is the same one as Iguana colossus, we got to find some overlapping material.
So we need a squamosal and a syringular.
Yeah.
Because if those are the bones that have the unique features, we can't tell if they're the same animal unless we have the exact same bones to compare.
Right.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to see all of you here. Where's our tunes? There we go. Happy Wednesday, one and all. I'm really glad you're here. A fun stream today. As kind of a surprise, I wasn't planning on this until today, but we're going to be interviewing Andrew Milner on today's stream for our ongoing SVP series, The Fossil Fighters. Many of you already know Andrew from earlier streams in the air. It's a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to that. And then we'll go over some fossil news. We'll do some Metazoo, tons of Q&A, as we usually do. Because, well, shoot, let me introduce myself real quick if anybody happens to be new here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. And right now I'm getting a visit from my landlord, Sweetie Pie. She wanted to come check in and, well, yeah, goodness. Let's be pushing the camera around, isn't she? As a dinosaur paleontologist, I mostly work on dinosaurs. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general, the preserved remains of ancient living things, everything from fossil bacteria to fossil baleen whales, from fossil frogs to fossil ferns, and everything in between. If there's a living thing that left record of its existence in the rocks, that is the domain of the paleontologist. I mostly work on dinosaurs. Hence dinosaur paleontologist. But we're going to be talking about dinosaurs today and a bunch of other fossil critters too. So I'm glad you're here. These live streams are meant to be paleontological outreach, to give you an inside peek into how fossil science really works. Whether we're here in my office or whether we're out in the field digging up fossils live, the whole point is to give you an inside peek into paleontology. The beautiful thing about Twitch is that not only is it live, it's interactive. So you can type your questions into the chat, whatever you're curious about, and I'll do my best to answer those questions for you. If I don't know the answer, see if we can figure it out together. I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Now, Sweetie Pie right here is, she is eager for some attention and maybe some treats. We'll see. Yeah. Let's give her some face squishes here, huh? That's like her favorite thing. Huh, Sweetie Pie? Come here. Yeah. Here we go. Enjoy that? Want some more? How about one more? There we go. Anyway, let's get you some treats, huh? Would you enjoy that? Yeah. Okay, treats time. Time to pay the landlord, huh? There we go. Ooh. What's in here? What do you think? Wow, look at all those. Spoiled for choice right now. Yeah, good stuff. Oh, you're not even done. There's still, you left some over here. Okay. Anyway. Sweetie Pie, ladies and gents. Maxwell Smart says pretty kitty. Yeah, she's quite the elegant cat. She really is. It's good to have everybody. Like I said, we're interviewing Andrew Milner today, and well, here, I'll just go ahead and show you right now. Andrew sent this to me the other day. Check this out. Oh, and you bet, Claire. Hey. Thank you for everything you do, Claire. Check this out here. Paleontologist awarded for his work with St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site. A paleontologist with the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site has received a special award recognizing his teaching and his collections of fossils. Yep. Andrew R.C. Milner, lead paleontologist and curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site, spoke to ABC4 about the experience of receiving such a prestigious award from his peers. Again, this is at SVP this year, so this was last month in Birmingham, England. I was there when Andrew got this. Super proud. Milner was awarded the Morris F. Skinner Award through the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. The award is named after a famous mammal paleontologist from the 1950s, and it honors scientists who make continuous contributions to scientific knowledge by making collections of fossil vertebrates, and who teach others. Interesting sentence. Yeah. That's one of these things the Morris F. Skinner is for, is exceptional fieldwork. So it's been one of my things, and as you can see, standing here in the substation quarry, it's pretty amazing, Milner said. Actually, this entire site, seeing it going from a rock pile to what it is today, it's pretty amazing. We were at this site back in March and April. I did a bunch of live streams from here, and we'll be talking about that more today when we interview Andrew. When asked how it feels to receive this award, Milner grew emotional. I started at the age of 6. I've been digging fossils all my life. I've been operating a rock saw at 14. Just love looking for old dead stuff, he said. He traveled to the United Kingdom to receive the award, where he's been able to see friends in the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
Vast supercontinent.
KS Design Studio, thank you for the 4 months. Hey, appreciate you. Thank you for helping me do this, KS Design Studio, with your continued support. And there's Halle Berry, who arrived in person to help out with this site this past spring. Awesome, Halle Berry. How cool is it to see Andrew honored like this? I'm so glad that local media has caught on to his major award. This makes me smile. Andrew says, some of my best friends are... some of the best friends in my life are SVP members of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. And I get to see them once or twice, maybe every couple years, Milner said. Yeah. Pretty cool. And, speaking of which... let me find that photo. Here is Andrew at SVP. After having just received his award, and then look whose name tag he's wearing here. I guess we have to open this in a new tab. Here we go. What?
What?
Yeah, there's like a name tag exchange game that people do afterward. I still ended up taking my name tag back because I kind of needed it, but yeah, it made me smile. Anyway, we'll be interviewing Andrew in an hour, so I'm excited about that. Anyway, there's a video that accompanies this article here. Here is the link right here.
We want to tell you about this tonight. As St. George paleontologist's years of work are paying off. Andrew Milner works at the St. George Dinosaur Discover site, and he just won the Morris F. Skinner Award through the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. So we're told the award honors those who build dinosaur collections and then teach
Vertebrate
others
fossil
about them
collections
as well.
in general. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like he's the heart of the museum. Like, I tell him all the time, I was like, he's the one doing our mission of researching, educating, teaching, all that kind of stuff. And so I just am supporting him doing that work.
The heart of the museum, they say. Milner says he's been digging up dinosaur bones since he was 6 years old, an award a long time coming.
Excellent. Yeah, we'll be interviewing Andrew in about an hour here, and yeah, I'm really excited about that. It's gonna be good. Which makes me wonder. Okay, it's not up on Instagram yet. This is kind of a last-minute thing, and that is my fault. There's so many other things going on, and I was actually thinking we were probably gonna interview Andrew tomorrow, but he said today actually works best, so. Anyway, we don't have the announcement up on the SVP Instagram yet, but I want to give you a link to this. If any of you happen to be on Instagram and you'd like to follow the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, you can right there. We've got a couple of my, past interviews. We interviewed Holly Anderson a couple weeks ago. There's the post for that right there. And, here we go. Here's mine with Carrie Woodruff from prior to SVP this year. So anyway, it'd be really nice to see them gain a large following on Instagram, so if you happen to be on that platform, give them a follow. Likewise, they're on Blue Sky, too. There we go. Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. They only have 436 followers right now. If you're on Blue Sky like I am, give them a follow. Good stuff. Oh, and this is pretty exciting too. Yeah. Good stuff. Anyhow. I'm so proud to be working with the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, and we'll be talking a bit about that today with Andrew. And Murph, Society of Notochord Paleontology. I think if you're studying things like lancelets, you will be welcomed with open arms into SVP. There are even some invertebrate paleontologists who are members of SVP. You don't have to actually conduct most of your research on vertebrate animals. We'll be talking with another SVP member who doesn't really work on vertebrates. We'll be talking with her in January. Really excited about that. So, yeah. Anyhow, 436. Let's see if that number's gone up at all. 438. Thank you to the 2 people who just followed. Excellent. Good stuff. Anyway, RTFM Major Tom Tom, Pate B, Wolvulus, VHS James, Murph, Claire Burr. How are you all doing? Golganek, what's shaking? Good to see you with a Lenina. Always lovely to see you, Lenina. Hope you're having a good day. Chaotic Kitten. Howdy, howdy. Chaotic Kitten says it was so awesome to watch the emergency digs in St. George. While in Ireland, I was able to have a few conversations with new people about it too. Very cool, Chaotic Kitten. I'm so glad you got to see that. We've got Halle Berry there in the chat. And It Then Did. I'm scrolling up, going back in time. Little Pink Pony, Phoenix the Archaeologist, Tommy Platicus, Maxwell Smart, Fiona Pre-Roll, Aid112, Dr. Tara, hello, hello. I saw that earlier, yeah, Tom Holtz was posting about that on Blue Sky. Juvenile Psittacosaur gastroliths. We might talk about that today if we have time. Dark Muppeteer, hello, hello. And Gimpleg, what's shaking? And then there's Lordy, too. Yeah, Lordy, I remember you telling me about talking with the niece and nephew about marine reptiles not being dinosaurs. Some people are disappointed to learn that, like Balint. When he was a kid, he said his favorite dinosaur was the plesiosaur, and then only years later, when watching this channel on Twitch, Balint learned that plesiosaurs are not dinosaurs. He said he felt almost heartbreak over that. It's like, you don't have to. I mean, sure, they're not dinosaurs, but they're still incredibly cool animals. You know, everybody still loves plesiosaurs, even if they're not dinosaurs. They're from a different branch on the reptile family tree. But yeah. Sloppy Salamander, hello, hello. Dinosaur Frontier the other day. Oh, very cool, Disco Fountain. Awesome. I'm so glad you got the book from Krista. Fantastic. And I will teach you some cool stuff today. VHS James, if you have any questions, don't be shy about them. We're going to do some Metazoa. I got to post to Blue Sky, and then in less than an hour, we'll be interviewing Andrew Milner, looks like. Let me check my text real quick. Andrew says, I'll go to the museum. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yeah. Nice. And hey, Ms. Art Rules, hello, hello. See, I didn't see that, no. No. Anyhow, you enjoyed today's Metazoa? Nice, no spoilers, Tax Art. But I'm glad you enjoyed it. Cool. Here, before I forget, let's do a Blue Sky post here. Take a screenshot. Let's see how that looks in Paint. There we go. Yeah, that'll work. There we are. Let's get that posted. We're live on Twitch. And for today's... having some keyboard trouble. The batteries aren't running out. We'll be interviewing about his fieldwork adventures and as well as recent discoveries at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site. Join us at twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. There we go. The wall behind me featuring a 3D printed lungfish model Dilophosaurus skull. Plus the skulls of Dilophosaurus and Scelidosaurus. As well as some prints of some 3D printed dinosaur tracks. Paleontologizing looks good. No typos detected. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. Nice. The link works. Excellent. There's a link to that post right there. If you'd like to engage with it. And look who's back. Well, you've returned. What brings you back here, sweetie pie? What brings you back here? Huh? What is it? It is time again, says Baby. There you go. Yeah. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah. Are you going to be hanging out with me during the interview, too? We also have to do MetaZoo. We've got like 45 minutes to do that. And whatever else we got to do before the interview starts, sweetie pie. I don't want to keep Andrew waiting, you know? You know? He's a busy guy. And he's currently doing more work at the substation quarry. Yeah. I'm not fibbing. It's true. You'll hear about it from him. Why are you looking at me like that? Huh? It's true. Yeah. I'm not interviewing you, sweetie pie. Just let me at that microphone. Let me at it. Whoa. Yeah. Oh, very nice, Catechet. Very nice. Yeah. Well, we like black cats around here. You still count, sweetie pie. Even though you got all this lighter color fur, too. And look, what's this? Oh, my goodness. Tasty, tasty. Look, there's another one. Oh, good stuff. Cat Kitty says she's a tuxedo kitty. I don't think it's a tuxedo because she doesn't have a cummerbund, right? Isn't that an essential part to a tuxedo? Yeah. There's that, and I think there's some few other... I don't know a lot about formal men's fashion. I don't. No. I don't know. Oh. 6 text messages in a row. What's going on here? Anywho. No, I know Little Pink Pony. I'm just being... kind of a joke I'm trying to make. You just slobbered all over the desk, sweetie pie. Here, let's get you a few more treats, and then we'll clean things up. How's that sound? Huh? does. Can you not see them on the desk? Do they need to be brought to you? Alright, I guess they need to be brought to her. She expects room service? I guess so.
Tradoon.
Good timing there, Lenina. Holy cow. Got it right on the dot. Oh, and there she goes. She didn't even eat the last treat. Well. Let me clean this mess up and then, why don't we do some Metazua? Be right back.
Tradoon.
No, not quite. Not quite. Almost. Slightly too slow that time. Metazua. There you go, Petrodactylus. How you doing, by the way? It's good to see you. Alright, let's do our daily animal guessing game, why don't we? Here we go. Our... Hard to eat tacos and time the soundboard, says Lenina. It's a difficult job, but somebody's got to do it, right? Yeah. All right. Let's do it.
Hold on to your butts.
What is our mystery animal of the day? We're going to try and figure this out using an evolutionary family tree to help visualize our guesses and everything. Eddie Scarn says bear to start with. That's a pretty good place to start, I guess. A carnivorous mammal. But what kind of bear? We've got black bear, brown bear, polar bear, or water bear. Let's start with the most common one. Let's start with black bear. And we'll see if that gets us anywhere close. Okay, not particularly close. Woolly bear, says Lordy. They don't have that. Although our critter, if they had woolly bear in the database, this would be a possibility, but here. Do my little spiel about this. When we're trying to do this guessing game, this is using the tree of life as a guide. So all living things on our planet are related to one another, and those relationships can be illustrated in the form of a tree like this. We talked about this a lot yesterday. There's a lot of different ways to draw this tree. It could be curly, or it could have straight branches, or it could be loopy, or whatever, but the idea is the shape is kind of irrelevant. It's the arrangement, the way that the relationships of different organisms are portrayed. That's what actually matters here. So this tree at onezoom.org is for all life, but Metazua is a play on metazoa. That's the animal clade right here. Animals, clade, metazoa. There's about 1.4 million species of animal that we have named so far. It's quite a few. This game doesn't have quite that many, but there's still quite a few. We guessed black bear, which is a kind of mammal. The American black bear is over here. This was our first guess, and the way that this game works is it'll show us the most narrow group most exclusive evolutionary clade that includes our guess and the mystery animal. And we didn't get very exclusive with this. It's like, best I can do is bilateria, which is bilaterally symmetrical animals. So let's zoom out to that, and I'll show you how far out we have to go. So we didn't really get anywhere close to the mystery animal. It's going to be some sort of bilaterally symmetrical animal. Chances are some kind of nephrozoan. But it's not going to be a deuterostome, or else it would have said deuterostoma. It doesn't. It says bilateria, which means we can ignore this branch right here. Instead, we've got to take a right to the protostomes. This is arthropods, like insects and myriapods and arachnids, plus various worms and gastropods, mollusks, all kinds of stuff like that. Those are your protostomes. And so, just by the numbers, I'm going to guess it's some kind of insect or other member of Pancrustacea. Give me the name of an insect, chat, and we'll try that. I'm always tempted to just go with ladybug because that's a kind of beetle, and there's a lot of beetles. But bombardier beetle, that's an interesting one, Claire. They don't have it. Let's do ladybug. Oh, okay. And that got us closer. Yeah. Neoptera is a classification group that includes most orders of the winged insects, specifically those that can flex their wings over their abdomens. There we go. Neoptera. So that's the narrowest clade that includes our guess, ladybug, and the mystery animal. The modern wing-folding insects is Neoptera. There we go. And we still have 948,000 species it could be. Well, there's not that many species it can be. There's not that many species in the game Metazoa. But that's how many critters we have in this clade. So let's see. The beetles are over here. Over here we have the beetles. Coleoptera. And our critter is not a coleopteran. It's not a beetle. Or else it would have said beetle. It doesn't. We guessed ladybug. It says, nope, best I can do for you is Neoptera. Which tells us that our critter is probably more basal than this, I would guess. It could be something like a cricket or a grasshopper or something like that. Let's try that. Let's try cricket and see if that gets us any... Well, hang on. What about our hymenopterans? What about bees and wasps and things like that? Well, no, because they're probably more derived. We want something more basal, so it very well might be a cricket or something like that. Let's try cricket. Let's try that. Okay. We're on the right track. It is an orthopteran. This is like crickets, grasshoppers, katydids, things like that. Yeah, let's dive into, rather, Orthoptera. Or hop into Orthoptera. There we go. Grasshoppers, crickets, and katydids. We were right there already. So, our critter's not a cricket, but it is a member of this clade. So... is it like a locust? Nope. Locusts are outside of that clade, or at least... Grasshoppers are here. 6,000 species of them. 6,800. Holy cow. Crickets are over here. Okay. Maybe we'll try grasshopper. Well, actually, that makes me wonder, what is a locust? feel like I don't... It could be one of those things where it's like, well, there's a bunch of different species that get called locusts, or maybe it's a particular ontogenetic stage of certain species of grasshopper or something. Let's check this out real quick, just to make sure that I'm not missing something. So locusts are various species of short-horned grasshoppers in the family Acrididae that have a swarming phase. Okay. Interesting. Okay. There is locust, and there is grasshopper. Let's try grasshopper and see if that gets us closer. Holy cow! That's it? Not too shabby. All right. Okay. Excellent. Let's go ahead and post that. Bringing that average guess count down further. Average guess count. Yeah. Nice. Good stuff. Yeah. Locust was an interesting one. Oh, so locust is not a name for the group. You would call that a swarm, I think. Or a group or a cloud of locust, whatever. But, yeah. Belkissimo, I know a lot of people are fond of those terms for groups of animals, but I got some bad news for you. Most of them aren't real. I'll show you. There we go. From the National Audubon Society. No, it is not actually a murder of crows. Yeah, these are called terms of venery, which pretty much the only place where they actually exist is in lists of these terms. Nobody actually uses these in real life. So, yeah. No, Science Streams says because there's no such thing as a species. Not even that. I mean, we could talk about how loosey-goosey, you know, the concept of a species is. But yeah. You've all heard them before somewhere, in a bad poem maybe, or as part of an online clickbaity slideshow. Did you know that a group of owls is a parliament? Did you know that a group of jellyfish is called a smack? Did you know that a group of Indonesian mountain weasels is called a bubblegum? I made that last one up, but how would you know? As familiar as they are, these little nicknames for groups of animals, terms of venery, if you want to get fancy with it, are supposedly delightful quirks of the English language. But they've always left me annoyed. Annoyed because as a lifelong birder, I've never once used parliament for owls or murder for crows or anything of the sort. Or heard anyone else use them. A group of birds, any birds, is a flock. That also goes for ostriches, too. I've also heard herd of ostriches. Whatever. Group. A group of cows is a herd. Other than that, I just don't see enough groups of other animals to need more words. So anyway, throughout this article, the author asks a bunch of other specialists in different groups of animals if they're familiar with these terms. Now, I needed to ask those closest to the source. I needed to talk to some scientists. Have you ever referred to a group of vultures as a venue? Dr. Keith L. Bildstein, Sarkis Arcopian Director of Conservation Science, Hawk Mountain Sanctuary, says, No, I've not. You ever used the term chain for a group of bobolinks? Dr. Noah Perlut, bobolink researcher, University of New England. I've now studied bobolinks intensively for 14 years, and no, I've never heard that. Have you ever called a group of woodcocks a fall? Jake Walker, who studied woodcocks for his master's thesis at Trent University, Ontario. I sure as hell would never say it, nor have I heard it said. Yeah. Do you ever refer to a group of wombats as a wisdom? Dr. Lindsay Hogan, Australian marsupial biologist, says, wombats do not form groups in the wild. These terms are made up, and not just in the sense that all terms are made up and that language is a human construct. These terms were made up expressly for clickbait articles or, lists of terms for groups of animals. Terms of venery like this. Like, nobody uses them. Except for, pointless, useless trivia. So it's artificial. Anyway, here's a link to the article if you'd like to read it yourself. Yeah. Static Life Photo says, these scientists need to read more BuzzFeed articles. Is BuzzFeed still around? Yeah. And Wolvulus says, I call the cats living in front of my house the banditos. See, that is perfectly fine, because, they are in a group, and I don't know, it sounds like they've got a little social group like that, and you can call them that, and that's their little gang, right? This is different. This is I don't know. You could ask 100 different herpetologists, oh, is it a congress of salamanders? And they'll all go, what? What are you talking about? Huh? Yeah, a generation of vipers? No. Yeah. I've never used any of these and would have no idea what someone was talking about if I heard them. So yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. We call it an uncle of ants. Yeah, there you go. Science Street. I mean, it would be a trail of ants if they're forming a trail, right? But I'm gonna ask this earnestly though. Blint, is there actually a name that you hear in the literature for a bunch of ants together? Be a swarm? Or would you just say group? Group of ants. I don't know. Not at all. So there isn't a term for that. Interesting. I mean, that's the thing, is that there is a colony, yeah, Petrodactylus, but that's... Yeah, okay. Colony. Yeah. But a colony is a discrete thing where it's... Those are all ants that are under the reign of a single queen, right? Or maybe multiple queens who are... Multiple queens who have married in order to consolidate their land and power, right? Maybe I'm thinking of human royalty. Anyway, yeah. Attila the Moon says, stop trying to take out some of the beauty and whimsy out of our expression. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is that I don't want people to... Here, I'm gonna get a little bit more serious for a second. I think this kind of has to do with... I don't know, with the term thagomizer, too. There are a number of paleontologists, who are they're not as excited as many people are in the general public about, this term thagomizer being used for the spikes at the end of a stegosaur's tail. I think this is a little bit more defensible than the terms of venery thing, because this actually has been used in the scientific literature kind of as a joke, but again, getting serious here for a moment, I think that sometimes we as scientists who are trying to communicate information to the public, we can get a little frustrated when like people are super, super excited that they know a thing. They've read a fact somewhere online or they've picked it up someplace and it turns out to A, not really be true, and B, it's kind of like the only thing they know about that particular organism. And it could just be a little bit aggravating that like there's a million way cooler things that I wish you knew about this, but instead you're the one thing that you've stumbled across, the one thing that's been presented to you is something that's not even real, you know? I mean, try to relate to me for a second here. Like, imagine... So you personally, there's got to be something that you're passionate about. Something that you really love and you want other people to know about. Imagine a bunch of people come up to you over the course of a month or something, and they all say, hey, I learned this really cool thing about what you're passionate about. And then they proceed to tell you something that's not true that they heard about online. And you just go, oh, it's so frustrating. Like, that's the thing that you're excited about? Like, I'm sorry, and I have to feel like a killjoy for telling you that it's not real, you know? That's where I'm coming from here. And I think that's where... Is that making sense? Yeah. No, not sure. It's not... So the spikes on the end of Stegosaur's tail are real, but the idea that it's called a thagomizer... It comes from a comic strip from Gary Larson, from The Far Side. It's the image that I just had up on the screen a second ago. I think it was Kenneth Carpenter who stumbled upon that comic. This one here. And then, kind of as a joke, he used the term in, I think it was in an SVP poster, or maybe even an abstract. And then it's kind of appeared in the literature a few times, but like, thinking that this is like an official, formal term for this structure. You know, some Stegosaur researchers just roll their eyes at this. And I can understand that, you know? I think this is a bit more defensible than the terms of venery thing. That, oh, a group of wombats is called a wisdom. It's like, wombats are solitary animals. They don't form groups. You've been lied to, you know? So yeah. Does that make sense? So I don't know, again, it's sort of like I was talking about yesterday. When you're doing science outreach, as a scientist, when you're trying to communicate to the public, there's something of a tightrope that you have to walk, where you're trying to keep things light and fun and interesting. You're trying to engage people. But at the same time, you're trying to actually communicate good information. And it's a balancing act. And for certain people, like, I don't know, for me, I think I draw the line somewhere between wisdom of wombats and thagomizer. I'm okay with the term thagomizer. It doesn't really bother me or anything. Like, if this is something that people read about online and it gets them to think about the tail spikes on a stegosaurus, cool, you know? It doesn't really irk me that much. But when it comes to people thinking that they've learned a fact about a group of animals and it turns out it's just made up, it's from some trivia book somewhere, it's not actually a real thing in the real world, that does irk me, you know? That's where I draw the line, I guess, if that makes sense. And not everybody's going to draw it there. Some people will not be bugged by that. Some scientists will not be annoyed by that in the same way that I am. Calling a group of wombats a wisdom. Some people are like, oh yeah, whatever, it's harmless fun. And I guess it is. Like, it's not... I'm not super worked up about it or anything. But it does hurt my heart just a little bit. That there are so many cool things that you could learn about wombats. That's not one of them. That's a made-up thing. It's not real, you know? The poop that wombats leave is shaped like a cube. It's got like corners on it. And I don't know if anybody really knows why. But that's an interesting fact that's actually real. There used to be gigantic wombat relatives during the Pleistocene that were like the size of a rhinoceros. That is really cool too. You know, these are fascinating things that I wish more people knew about. You know? Like, am I making sense here? Look at that. That is astonishing. That's actually cool. You know? I hope they had giant poos. I don't know, science streams. I bet you they did. No, that's not a sloth, Claire. That's a wombat. Or a wombat relative. That might be Diprotodon right there. I'm not sure if it's a true, like, crown group wombat, but it's a relative of wombats. It's a giant marsupial that lived during the Pleistocene. So up until pretty recently. I think they died out something like 30 or 40,000 years ago in Australia. Diprotodon. One of the largest marsupials to have ever lived. Pretty extraordinary. Are they actually wombats, though? It is a member of the extinct family Diprotodontidae. So it's from a different family than wombats, so it's not gonna be a true wombat, it sounds like. But anyway, if you're trying to envision what this animal is, if I just say giant wombat, then what you're imagining in your head is probably pretty close to what this animal is. If I say, oh yeah, it's a Diprotodontid, you'd be like, what? But if I say giant wombat, that puts you in the right ballpark for what sort of creature this actually is. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, they're thought to be closely related, or closest related, I guess, to modern wombats and koalas. So yeah. Pujil says, how did they shrink down? They didn't. So they went extinct. But they are related to. So they share a common ancestor with your modern wombats and koalas. Yeah. And Reshwing says, like how saber-toothed cats aren't actually cats. No, they are cats. They're not tigers. So the term saber-toothed tiger is a misnomer because they're not actually a kind of tiger. So yeah. Anywho, I hope this is making sense. Yeah. Mirth says, so instead of Thagomizer, would it just be posterior ventral tail spikes? Ventral would mean underneath. So, not quite, Mirth. You just say tail spikes. You say tail spikes. I don't know. You can say Thagomizer if you want. I will not be... It doesn't bother me. But there are some researchers who are not keen on this idea, and I understand that. And, like, we might have a chance to interview somebody who gets irked by this term. We'll see if that question comes up, if and when I'm interviewing her. But, yeah. Again, I never want to be a killjoy. I never want to be a spoil sport, a negative Nancy about this kind of thing. But a science communicator has to strike a balance between being entertaining and engaging and upbeat and being precise and unambiguous and scientifically authentic, you know? Oh yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. No worries, Golganek. You're totally fine. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there you go, Kennedy. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Bolin, I appreciate you. Holy cow. You with the ambassador badge there in the chat, too. I'm really glad I was able to raid in last night to Science streams. It was cool hanging out with Lita for a while. I wish I could have stayed longer. But, yeah. Could you inform us real quick? What is the deal with the American chestnut being functionally extinct? I didn't stick around long enough to hear the story there. If you wouldn't mind just telling us briefly. What makes the American chestnut tree functionally extinct? Is it that they're all clones of each other and they can't reproduce or something? Is that the idea? Anyway, this is one of the subjects on Science streams last night. Yeah. But yeah, and TaxArt says, as a zookeeper, I was fine with all the weird regional names people had for animals. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about here. It's not like people having regional names for things. It's just people thinking that they learned something it only ever exists in trivia books and not actually in the real world. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's something we've talked about recently, is this idea that, for instance, Puma concolor, the cougar, or the puma, or the mountain lion, or the catamount, or the mountain screamer, or the night stalker, or the so many different regional terms for this animal. Like, that's all cool. In fact, it's really fascinating, like, how many different names there are for this one species. You know, the American panther, the swamp screamer, the snow kitty, whatever else, you know. This is my daily keeper dog. Yeah. I got to see some pumas just when was this? Monday morning, I think, at the Oakland Zoo. That was super cool. Yeah. And what is its name? Says Bush Doctor. Puma concolor is its scientific name. Yeah. Puma concolor. This is its international name. This is what people all over the world call it, regardless of language, if they're speaking about it in like a scientific context. But holy cow, there are so many different names for this animal. Naming and etymology, there we go. The cougar holds the Guinness record for the animal with the greatest number of names. Holy, I didn't know this. With over 40 in English alone. 40 different names for this creature. The word cougar is borrowed from the Portuguese cuquarana. Via French, it was originally derived from the Tupi language. Interesting. Yeah. Wild. Here, let's look up, here we go. Puma, cougar, mountain lion, panther, Florida panther, painter, catamount, deer, tiger, Nittany lion. Isn't that like a sports team? Mountain screamer, red lion, Mexican lion, American lion. There's so many more. Wildcat. Yeah. Bonkers. There's so many different names. And Little Pink Pony says if you're in Pennsylvania, it's the Penn State Nittany Lion. There you go. Yeah. Which is funny because they're not lions. They're in a different genus than lions are. So when I say that, like, oh well, the saber-toothed tiger, Smilodon, is not actually a tiger, we can say that with, I think, pretty much no ambiguity. Because tigers are, I think, 2 species within genus Panthera. Here's our big cats here. There's Puma concolor, also known as the mountain lion, cougar, whatever. The jaguarundi is a close relative. They're members of the same genus right there, Puma jaguarundi and Puma concolor. They split about 10 million years ago. Holy cow, that's a long time. They are not close to the big cats here. Yeah, leopards, tigers, lions, jaguars. So there's the tiger. Hang on, is there just one species? Panthera tigris. Are Siberian tigers and Bengal tigers the same species? Maybe they're different subspecies. Huh. Interesting. Okay, we've got several different subspecies. 9 recent tiger subspecies have been proposed between the early 19th and early 21st centuries. Bengal, Malayan, Indo-Chinese, South China, Siberian, Caspian, Javan, Bali, and Sumatran tigers. Huh. Interesting. Well, like many things in biology, it's a bit more complicated than we'd expected. A bit more complex. And beautiful. That's cool. Yeah. Different tigers are just subspecies. You're correct, salamander, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, or tiger. There you go, taxar. Yep. Yep. Full stop. A subject to being updated too. Exactly, Pate B. That's the thing about science, is it doesn't stay the same. It's always moving and changing and always finding new things out. It's exciting in that way, you know? Yeah. Anywho, let me open up Zoom here, and I don't want to set up an AI companion. Stop with that garbage. We'll be bringing Andrew Milner on here in just a few minutes. But again, for those of you just joining us, we are going to be doing an interview in just a few minutes with Andrew Milner, friend of the channel. This is going to be part of our official SVP Fossil Finders series. Oh, and there's the Zoom meeting starting in 5 minutes. Here, take a look.
You about this tonight. As St. George paleontologist, years of work are paying off. Andrew Milner works at the St. George Dinosaur Discover site, and he just won the Morris F. Skinner Award through the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. So we're told the award honors those who build dinosaur collections and then teach others about them as well.
I mean, I feel like he's the heart of the museum. Like, I tell him all the time, I was like, he's the one doing our mission of researching, educating, teaching, all that kind of stuff. And so I just am supporting him doing that work.
The heart of the museum, they say. Milner says he's been digging up dinosaur bones since he was 6 years old, an award a long time coming.
I don't think he was digging up dinosaurs when he was 6 years old. We could ask Andrew. I think it was other kinds of fossils. And to be clear, the award is for excellence in vertebrate paleontological fieldwork, not just for collecting dinosaurs. I mean, it's not that narrow. Andrew's doing all kinds of different stuff. And, yeah. Let's get that fired up here. OBS virtual camera. Start virtual camera. Excellent. And there we go. We'll bring him on in just a couple minutes here. We got a new light too. Let's see if this helps at all with the lighting. Oh, here we are.
Hey, Danny.
Hey, Andrew, how's it going? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Good. I just had to turn off your Twitch. I was kind of watching it as you're going along there.
Nice. Oh, and I got to change the text on here real quick. Well, let's just get rid of that. You're not Jim Kirkland. Anyway, how you doing, Andrew? It's good to see you.
Good. Yeah, I've been working at the quarry today with Jaleesa and Hunter. And,
excellent.
We're laying down a grid
so
we can start mapping in all the important stuff. Of course, we weren't able to really do that in the spring because we're in such a hurry to
no time,
get stuff out of the ground. But yeah, it's moving along really well. The shipping container is great to have. Getting all of our gear sorted out, and now we're, we had that fossil discoveries program going from October until last weekend. So people actually paying to come and assist us at the quarry and to get to take home fish scales and stuff like this was a big success.
That's fantastic. That's so good to hear. Holy cow.
Yeah, it went really well. So anyway, now we're getting the quarry all set up for down the road. So starting again March and April.
Okay.
Get up again. But in the process, we're going to be just cleaning out the quarry and doing more detailed study in the quarry while we've got the room. So
awesome. Yeah. That's so good to hear. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Before we get back into that, let me introduce you to the audience real quick. In fact, why don't you introduce yourself in your own words? Who is Andrew Milner?
Well, I'm Canadian for one, so my name is Andrew R.C. Milner. So I use the name, I put Canadian in as an initial. So my actual name is Andrew Robert Milner, and of course, if some of you know paleontology, especially early amphibians, there's Andrew Robert Milner, who's actually at the British Museum right now, and of course his wife, Angela C. Milner. So I actually added the C to my name thinking there wouldn't be, to reduce confusion. So, and the original Andrew's telling me, change your name. Use Robert instead. It's like, no, I'm not doing that. So anyway, I added the Canadian. So now if somebody skips my initial, like misses an initial, I'm getting confused with both of them now. So.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, no, I've been into paleontology since the age of 6. Collecting Ordovician fossils in eastern Canada. I grew up in Quebec, and I did a lot of fossil collecting in Ontario and New York and places like that for invertebrates mostly. I was always fascinated with vertebrate fossils, though, especially early fishes. So I did a lot of work in New Brunswick in eastern Canada, looking in the Silurian and Devonian rocks, and ended up making a lot of pretty cool finds there. And I worked for the Canadian Museum of Nature. That was my first paleontology job. They hired me on after I made a donation of over 600 specimens of late Pleistocene Champlain sea fossils. So stuff that's about 10 to 11,000 years old. And you find these fossils in nodules and you split them open. So we collect them along creeks and along the river, like the Ottawa River near Ottawa. And so I made this large collection, donated them to the museum, including lots of new locality data. And Dick Harrington, the curator of Pleistocene Paleo at the time, he hired me on the following summer as an intern. So, and it wasn't very long after that. That summer, I got a call from Dr. Desmond Collins from the Royal Ontario Museum, inviting me, this was in 1989, asking me if I wanted to go work at the Burgess Shale. I had 2 weeks to make a decision, and sure enough, my boss, Dick, was just like, do it, go for it. So you can make up your internship when you come back. So that's exactly what I did.
That's awesome.
And, I ended up working 5 seasons for the Royal Ontario Museum. My last season was in '95. So, and then my wife is a physiological psychologist and statistics professor, and she graduated from McGill in Montreal. And anyway, Lynn sent out job applications all over Canada and the US. She was accepted in Prince Edward Island, and Madison, Wisconsin, and Cedar City, Utah. And as soon as she said Utah, because of the paleontology, I said, let's go. We've gotta go. And of course, it was great for her too, being more rural, and PEI is a little too rural and too small.
Yeah.
There are cool fossils, but it's not the giant paleo playground like Utah. So yeah, this was a great move coming here, and of course, just being at the right place, the right time, when this site that I'm sitting on right now, the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site, when it was discovered in late February of 2000. And I was one of the first paleontologists on site right here at this museum. So, and I've been here ever since, and it's made my career. Yeah.
Awesome. And it was, again, such a joy to be able to come out there to the site this past spring, and I'm hoping I can come back out again this next spring. You said you're reopening things in March?
Yeah, but we can also do, I mean, even though we're only opening in March, we're not, we're open other times of the year too.
Gotcha.
Okay. We're working, it's great. We got like a big playground quarry across the street. It's
fantastic. Yeah. We'll talk about that a little bit later, like how people might be able to get involved and volunteer.
Sure.
But yeah, first I want to maybe go back to your earliest days in paleontology. What were some of those first fossils that you ever collected, and how did you get started with that?
So the first fossil I ever collected was in 1971. A couple of months after we moved from England, when I was 6 years old. And my aunt came over for a visit, and we were walking along this trail. So I lived north of Montreal in the Laurentian Mountains, which is the southern edge of the Canadian Shield. So we're surrounded by like 1 billion year old metasedimentary and igneous rocks. So no fossils anywhere. But we were walking along this trail towards this dam, a small dam on this creek where you could catch brook trout. And yeah, there was gravel that had been shipped in, I guess, from limestone quarries in Montreal. And in the gravel, there were brachiopods shells. And I just started picking them up. And my aunt showed me the first one, and I was like, oh, wow, that's so cool. How these things get in the rock.
Right, yeah.
So I, anyway, got home and recognized them in the gravel on my driveway. So started digging holes in my parents' driveway. They had to come and get me under control and keep me in one corner. So yeah, I was digging holes for fossils at 6 years old. So anyway, that day after the walk, I got home, and my brother, was totally into music. And of course, he's gone on to a successful career as a recording engineer and record producer. But yeah, so anyway, he gave me this book on prehistoric animals, and that's when I saw my first dinosaur. And I was suddenly fascinated. My parents really, really pushed hard. They could see I was very interested in this. It wasn't very long, though, at the age of 7, and I had a pretty bad accident. I got a fishing hook in my right eye. So I went mostly blind in my right eye, which was the drag, so that was a bit of a distraction.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was, my parents really encouraged me, they could see I was into nature and all this kind of stuff. So they really pushed that. And they ended up taking me to something called the Bancroft Rockhound Jamboree, which is kind of in central southern Ontario. And Bancroft, Ontario is called the mineral capital of Canada. There's over 100 species of minerals known from within a 50-mile area, so pretty small. Anyway, the mineral collecting is spectacular. I used to have a massive mineral collection too, and I ended up selling that. And donating some of the bigger pieces I had to the Canadian Museum of Nature.
Nice.
But so I went to the Canadian Museum of Nature, and my dad called Dick Harrington when I was at the age of 10, and he gave us the localities. This place called Greens Creek, which is famous for its Champlain sea fossils.
What kind of fossils are we talking there? Like what kinds of critters?
So pretty much everything is extant. So there, no extinct species. There's an American marten that was found there. I actually found the furthest inland, naturally, an Atlantic cod has ever been found in North America.
Very cool.
Actually, there's a guy named Bill Neville in Ottawa that may have found one slightly further west than me now, so it's possible. But anyway, so I collected the first Atlantic cod from the Champlain Sea. Then you get seals, whales, you get bird remains, mostly fish. Most of them are Atlantic capelin, so you still see them today up in the North Atlantic. So this was a subarctic sea. So the Champlain Sea was a very short-lived sea. You had the Laurentide ice sheet retreating, and as it moved north of the St. Lawrence lowlands, the Atlantic flooded the St. Lawrence lowlands. So it was like a 25,000 square kilometer. I might be wrong on the number. I used to know it off by heart, but I'm distracted with too many other things.
No worries, yeah.
But so it was because of the isostatic depression, so the weight of the ice pushing down on the Earth, on the crust and deforming it. So it was below sea level. So when that ice moved away, the Atlantic just flooded. And it didn't take very long with all these massive glacial lakes, like Lake Agassiz and Barlow Ojibwe, and Lake Iroquois, which is now Lake Ontario. And all the fresh water output from the glacial melt just it freshened up the water very quickly. So it's considered a logger stock. So the fossils you find preserved in these nodules, some of them preserve soft anatomy. For example, the American marten, which was found by a guy named Henry Amey in 1902, just east of Ottawa, and they drilled into the specimen to mount it, but they didn't realize where they drilled. They put a drill hole right through the preserved larynx of this this skeleton that's covered in fur and everything else. Just an amazing fossil. So every now and then something really cool and rare pops up. So that kind of got me going. And then there were my Burgess Shale days. University school was kind of weird for me. So, it took me, I was put back a couple of grades through high school. The high injury put me back 1 year. And then horsing around, doing too much paleontology when I should have been doing other things.
I can relate to that, yeah.
Anyway, no complaints. So it took me a while to get my undergraduate degree. But that's as far as it went. Just life totally took a different turn. And I have no regrets. It's been amazing.
Right, yeah. I've always thought your story was really cool, Andrew. Especially like a transition from kind of the more commercial side of things to more kind of academic paleontology. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I wanted to do paleontology. A lot of my friends from Southern Ontario and Quebec, they would sell fossils, and I had lots of friends in Europe that would sell fossils. So, I did that for a while. So I was kind of on the dark side of paleo, and I did the total 180, and I'm, trying to do my best for the sciences possible in all branches of paleo. Not only vertebrates, but invertebrates, plants. I'm not a big fan of little microscopic stuff, but I appreciate it, and I will collect samples if necessary.
There you go,
Anyway, so I did that for a while. It wasn't what I wanted to do. So because of it, I still have because I was a fossil collector. So I have so many fossils. Actually, I was looking through some boxes the other day, and I have specimens that I'm going to be donating to a Canadian museum soon, because I'm 99% sure this is a new taxon from the Birdie group, so late Silurian, which you find associated with Eurypterids, sea scorpions. And a guy named Larson and Derek Briggs published, I think it was 2021, a paper on a hydrozoan from Fort Erie, Ontario, where I collected these things that I found. Mine are small, but this thing was like 28 inches in diameter, centimeters in diameter, I'm sorry. So very large, but these ones I find are smaller, and they've got about, I don't know, six specimens, all associated with Eurypterids, and they're very similar, but they're more ornamented. Plus, one of them has soft anatomy coming off the back of it. So there's something additional to add to what was described in 2021. So I think I'm going to contact Derek Briggs about it, and the lead author, see what it is. So yeah, so I've got all these fossils, and I'm actually trying to inventory my collection. I still collect like a madman to this day. I mean, my days off, I like going collecting trilobites in Nevada. So it's all fascinating to me. I am an absolute fossil addict. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. And it makes me wonder too whether so many people who are kind of on the commercial side of things nowadays, if there were just more opportunities on the academic side of things, if they would move over and do that, because that's kind of your story. Like, I feel like those of us who are maybe more on the academic side, if we could do more to create opportunities for people, I think everybody would be better off.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's maybe a discussion for another time.
Yeah. Anyway, it's not what I wanted to do, that's for sure. So my life took a major change because of this place, and I'm thankful for all the guidance of certain people. Jim Kirkland is one of them. Martin Lockley, Jerry Harris here at kind of an affiliate with the museum. And then, of course, other folks like since then, like Rob Gay, Randy Ermis, so many people that have just been incredible. I've made some of the best friends of my life changing over to academic paleo. It's been fantastic. Yeah.
It was cool reading about that in that article from ABC News there in southern Utah. You said that some of your best friends in the world are members of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. And we're right now doing this interview for SVP. This is part of the Fossil Finders series. And you just received one of the highest awards that SVP can bestow, the Morris F. Skinner Award. When did you hear about that? There it is. Fantastic. Oh my cow. So cool that we have it on screen.
Yeah. I'm so proud of it. It's it really hits home hard. Like it makes me emotional just, because I couldn't have done it without the support of all of my great paleo friends and colleagues. It's been incredible. And my family.
Right. Yeah. It really does take a whole team of people to support the work that any one of us does.
Yeah.
So it's
right. And especially with a site that's this massive where we are here. I mean, as you know, we have so much stuff. It's just, it's overwhelming. It's kind of hard to see, but you can see behind me. Look at all the specimens, like all over the floor. This is just my office. So and their specimen cabinets are just filling up. It's amazing. The substation quarry, we're now over 300 shark's teeth. It's just, it's crazy. And we have so much more field work that we're planning on top of this. This spring, we're talking about hitting Lake Powell again with Patrick Wilson, the paleontologist at Lake Powell. And going and collecting some very unique footprints that we're hoping to name very soon, associated with those tritylodontic bone beds. We found So
Very
we're
cool.
going to be looking for more bone sites too. We're talking about work with Josh Lively up in the San Rafael Swell, working in the Chinle.
Nice. Okay.
Fun. We do have some more interesting track sites to look at. We were informed about a spectacular track site in Grand Staircase Escalante National Monument. And it's a recent rock fall in a canyon in the Kayenta Formation. And it's just like this whole ledge that's collapsed. And it's just like all these vertical slabs covered in dinosaur tracks. Big guys, little guys. It's amazing. So we want to go in there and clean the site up and do some good photogrammetry, maybe make a few replicas, but gather as much data as we can and do a strat section. So it's a big hike in, even with the assistance of the BLM to get us closer. It's still a 7-mile round trip. So
okay. If there's anything I can do to help with that,
I should be okay.
Yeah, let me know. Yeah, we can set up one of those royal litter things to carry you around in if we need to.
Yeah, that sounds good. That's luxury. Would be
you
great.
have somebody feed you grapes at the same time. Yeah.
Also, with Jerry Harris as well. There's a student at Utah Tech that's starting a new project, and we're going up to reinvestigate the Enterprise reservoir track sites, which are 12.5 million years old Miocene site, with cats, large and small camels, possible dog tracks, horses, hopping rodents. So Martin and I described a species an ichno species from there. Also beetle trackways. So kind of a really cool site and a reworked volcanic ash.
Yeah.
And those collections are all at the Raymond Dalf Museum in Claremont.
Nice.
So,
yeah. With Andy Farkey. Yeah. Very, very cool.
Yeah.
And that really runs the gamut, like in terms of different tax. Everything from camels to beetles. That's really cool. And
no bird tracks, which is weird.
Right.
Yeah, really strange. No bird tracks.
Huh.
But anyway, these cat trackways are beautiful. Yeah, really, really nice stuff.
And that's another thing that I've always admired about your work, Andrew, is that it runs the gamut in terms of time as well. You've worked in everything from the Cambrian all the way up until the Miocene, or no, more recently than that, the Pleistocene.
Late Pleistocene, yeah. I've even got collections of subfossils that are about 6,000 years old from a similar environment called the Goldwaith Sea, which was north, kind of more east of Quebec City, along that northern shoreline. So I've got big collections from those sites too, which are again modern environments, but they're very comparable with the Champlain Sea deposits.
Right. Yeah. Well, now that we've talked a little bit about that, we kind of have an overview of the different things that you've done. Let's go back in your history and in Earth history to the Cambrian. I saw some people in the chat were getting really excited about the Burgess Shale. Some of these people, they already know what this is. Explain for the rest of the audience, what is the Burgess Shale and why is it so special? Why do people get so excited about it?
So, the Burgess Shale is in Yoho National Park, so in very close to the Alberta border. In
British Columbia, right?
In British Columbia. And so you're surrounded by Banff and Kootenay to the south and Jasper National Park to the north. It's a spectacular place to work. And we're camping at about 8,000 feet in Walcott's Quarry. So Walcott's Quarry is named after the former, I guess he was the administrator of the Smithsonian, Charles Doolittle Walcott.
Yeah.
And Walcott was actually the first person to measure a stratigraphic section of the Grand Staircase. So starting at the base, he was with John Wesley Powell going down the Colorado, and they dropped him off at Kanab Creek down in the Grand Canyon, and he followed up and measured over 2 years a stratigraphic section from the Precambrian all the way up to near Alton, north of Kanab, in the late Cretaceous. So I mean, that kind of shows you how crazy these guys were back then.
Right.
And of course,
yeah.
they got John Wesley Powell with one arm. So
Right.
like,
Yeah.
just
Civil War
amazing,
veteran
these guys.
and just legendary explorer and geologist, head of the U.S. Geological Survey back when that was like a really politically powerful organization. It's so cool to read about this period in history. Yeah.
Yeah, so really, really neat history. And I think it was 1907. I used to know all the stuff like off the back of my hand, but I just pulled away with, again, so many different topics. I would have to brush up if I'm going to give a presentation for you.
Sure, yeah.
So 1907, so it was in August, and Walcott and his family were on horses, and they were moving along a trail called Takaka Trail. So that comes from these spectacular waterfalls called Takaka Falls. And it's about a 10-kilometer trail that connects with Burgess Pass Trail that drops down into the town of Field to the south. And what we call Fossil Ridge, where Walcott's quarry is located, there's Mount Wapta to the north and Mount Field to the south, and across the valley is Mount Burgess. And you're looking down on this spectacular blue lake called Emerald Lake, with this beautiful mountain called the President, with this massive glacier in the middle. Just spectacular view. Anyway, so Walcott was coming along and his horse stumbled. I don't know what the story is. Or he saw a rock, got off his horse, and saw these reflective things on the surface. And that's the first fossils he saw was an animal called Canidaspis. So these are soft-bodied arthropods. You can find carapaces of them here in Utah. I think there have been a couple of complete specimens found of Canidaspis in Utah as well. So these rocks are around 520 million years old. So Middle Cambrian. They're called the Burgess Shale. That is not shale. That stuff has been metamorphosed. It's more like slate. That stuff is so hard and dense. It's this is why I have a bad back. It's from digging that stuff for 5 years. But it's amazing. So you bust out these big blocks. So in my first season there, let me go back, 89, it was mostly reconnaissance work. And we were jumping around from site to site on Mount Stephen to the south across Kicking Horse Pass. When Des Collins had a house in Field, so we used that as our base, and we would hike up to Stephen trilobite beds, and then we basically explored the whole north side and west side of Mount Stephen. So the Stephen Formation and what they call the Burgess Shale Formation. Now the nomenclature's changed with the formations over time. I'm going to just call it Stephen. So we had this stuff called Thin Stephen, which is more on the platform, and then Deep Stephen, which is all the thicker stuff where you're finding, of all these animals that may have been, fallen off this escarpment. So something we call the Cathedral Escarpment. And we now have evidence that shows that there was, in fact, an escarpment there. So you kind of
fell off like an underwater cliff, like down into the abyss.
Pretty much. So you're not only getting critters that lived up on top of the escarpment, but then you're getting stuff down through the water column all the way down into deeper water. So anyway, it was amazing because we reopened. So in 89, we did all this reconnaissance work. We went to Kootenai National Park and prospected there because there have been some soft body fossils reported from Kootenai. And I did find at the mouth of this canyon called Marble Canyon, which if you know your Cambrian, there's been a really incredible locality found in Kootenai that Jean-Bernard Caron from the ROM and his students have been working, and it's incredible. So I did find a few little scraps of soft body fossils close to the mouth of that canyon. So that's maybe what led them there back in the day. Anyway, it was amazing because there was Dave Rudkin with us, who's a famous trilobite guy. And of course, Dave Rudkin found the world's largest complete trilobite, Isotylus gigas, which is like a giant isotylid trilobite that was found in northern Manitoba.
Is that the huge one from the Permian? It's like a meter long?
No, that's Terataspis, and that's Devonian. Yeah,
okay.
no, there's a big Permian one too. No,
Yeah.
Isotylus is Zordavision. Yeah.
Okay, nice.
Anyway,
Yeah.
it's a big white-looking trilobite. It's pretty cool. Anyway, so we explored Kootenai, and then some of the places that we camped. We camped on this place called, that we call it the Knoll, on the south side of Mount Stephen, and there's something on Mount Stephen called the Fossil Gully Fault, which is this giant crag, and it is deadly stuff. Like, you don't even want to try and cross it. Maybe with ropes, but there's always rock falls. So there's a lot of rock fall. Mount Stephen's was a dangerous mountain to work on. And back then we didn't have hard hats, protection, anything like that.
Right.
So we had to search the west side and to the south from Fossil Gully Fault by staying at this place called the Knoll. We fit 1 cook tent and 3 sleeping tents. The first question Des Collins asked me in my interview for the job, "Do you sleepwalk?" was his first question. So we're talking like, you've got a massive cliff behind you, you're on this little grassy knoll, and we've got like 800-foot cliffs, like straight down, all the way down. And we're right next to this site called S7, which is a massive, deadly talus slope covered in shale and just the most amazing fossils. I mean, wow. We were finding these things, we were calling them sea poppies. And I think they've been described now, but they've got like a little holdfast and a stalk and almost like a flower on the top. Really cool. And these were big animals too. Finding
Is it related to a
trilobites
crinoid?
What's that?
Is it related to a crinoid, or is it something
I
different?
don't think it is. That's another one called Ectinaspis. So there are true crinoids. Ectinocrinus. Yeah. So, yeah, it's not. I can't remember what it's called, what it is exactly.
No worries.
Yeah, it's slipped my mind.
There's so many weird things in that.
It's
period
incredible.
Of history. It's just.
I mean, I found it.
Yeah.
I found a 3-inch long hallucinogenia. So
3 inches.
Yeah.
That's super big for one of those critters.
Iridescent too, like gold colored. So
yeah, for those of you trying to imagine this in the audience, hallucigenia, it's a picture like a hot dog with a bunch of like spikes sticking out of the top and then kind of legs coming out of the bottom. It's an incredibly weird animal, like almost everything in the Burgess
there was
family.
often a conversation about which way it goes. So it turns out it actually is related to a living group of animals. I'm drawing a blank.
Velvet worms?
Velvet worms. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lophophorans. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, it's kind of what these are. We found so many different kinds of those animals. So there's many new species. We've got Yugi monster and Matt's monster and the Collins monster. There's all kinds of monsters. These things are the most bizarre looking creatures back in the Cambrian. They've got hooks and stuff. No doubt these things were just grazing on sponges and things, using all these hooks to climb sponges and feed on them. And then the anomalocaris. So working at Walcott's Quarry. But before that, my first season quarrying was 1990. We were working up 60 meters above Walcott's Quarry at the base of this cliff. And it's called the Upper Amaniella Zone. So Amaniella is a kind of trilobite. So used often good marker fossils with good index fossils. So we're excavating all of this barren rock to get to this one little thin layer at the base of the cliff. It was brutal work. And we would take breaks occasionally and work our way down the hill to different horizons. And of course, we made our way slowly down to something called the Raymond level. So Percy Raymond from Harvard back in the 1930s, I think it was 1930 actually, they dug the Burgess Shale, the Raymond level, for a very short period of time. They opened up a tiny hole. So I ended up going down to that area, and I pulled up this rock, and there was this thing just a little bit under an inch long. We called it the winged worm or the sea moth. And it was actually just published earlier this year. It's actually a type of anomalocarid, something that we suspected when we found it. But it's got all these little like blades off the side and a little circular patoya mouth in the head. It looks like a worm with these strange looking appendages, swimming appendages off the side.
Interesting.
And then we started digging more, and I pulled out this great big animal called a herdia. And at the same time, my buddy, I'm going, Kevin, get over here. You got to check this out. And he's going, no, you got to come over here and check this out. So we're doing this back and forth for a few minutes. And eventually I gave in and went over. And sure enough, he had a complete anomalocaris with the appendages kind of bent forward. And you could see the eyes off the side. It was missing the tail. And I'd found this great big herdia, which was super rare. Anyway, sure enough, the following season, Des got a permit to quarry the Raymond Quarry. And that quarry we dug that for several seasons, moved tons of rock, all by hand. We used rock saws, we had jackhammers, but mostly pry bars, sledges, and wedges, and just lots of hard, brutal work. And the amount of stuff that we found. I mean, the anomalocaris that you see on the cover of National Geographic, the moment that rock split open was so cool. It's a famous picture. I mean, you could probably find it and show it to people you've got watching. And it's the one that's got like a crack right through the middle of it, kind of at an angle. And it was on the cover of National Geographic. It was a hot day, and we pulled that block out of the wall. It was probably, I don't know, maybe 8-ton rock. And there were 5 or 6 of us on pry bars pulling away and wedging it away from the wall. And then, of course, we could see a few natural cracks, so we started pounding chisels in there. And we flipped the slab over, and we saw this gold flash right in the middle of the block. And of course, it was a hot day, so there was a bit of moisture in the crack, and it just evaporated immediately. But we saw something. So we have the pump bottles, the spray bottles, and we wet it down. And sure enough, there's this big, beautiful anomalocaris right in the middle. And it had that crack going right through it. So I actually worked about 3 hours gluing all those little fragments back in place before we took, because it was broken in 2 pieces, before we took the rock saw and trimmed it out. That was amazing. Also a crazy place to work. Dangerous place. I'm really surprised there were no major injuries. After I left, there was an incident where Terry Fletcher, a geologist, actually took a fall off a cliff and broke both his legs. And then another friend of mine, Kevin Gosselin, that went to Brock University with me, he got smashed in the head with a rock on the top of the head. And luckily he kept his cool when he was sliding down the slope towards the edge of a cliff, and he managed to stop himself. Then you've got the rollers, so when you throw these slabs behind you down the talus slope, they bounce, and every now and then they get up on edge, and they take off down the hill. So we're talking like 2,000 feet to the meadow, a straight talus slope. Also terrifying was the year when, of course, we're in a national park, so the plants and animals take priority. So we were not allowed to camp in the meadow where the Utah Geological, the Geological Survey of Canada camped in 1969 with Harry Whittington and all of those guys. Simon Conway Morris, people like that. Anyway, so there were designated camping spots. And so we had to camp in the quarry. We were camping on snow. And every week or so, we'd have to take everything down just to level out the snow because it was melting.
Uh-huh.
When it rains or snows up there
Mm-hmm.
and you're sleeping in the quarry, it is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, I can imagine.
You can hear the talus slopes moving.
Uh-huh.
Like you can hear rocks like
a rock slide.
And we're talking like big rocks, right? Because of all the debris we're digging out. And every now and then we hear a thud in the quarry next to you, as there's a rock sliding and falling into the quarry next to your tent, or clanging off a propane canister or a metal can.
Right.
We actually had the first year we were there when we were working Upper Amaniella. That's the year we were camping in the quarry. Mm-hmm. And we had chicken wire lining the top of the fence as a catch, so it wouldn't come in and take out our tents.
Jeez.
We did have one incident where there was a roller. Somebody did not stop digging while one of our crew members was making lunch in Walcott's quarry. And a rock came down and went through the roof of the tent and crushed the chair he just got out of. And it grazed his shoulder as he was getting up.
Oh my God.
So Jim Rockwood was very lucky. He was allowed to keep that piece of rock. He was my roommate at Brock, and he actually had it displayed on the TV set. So
right. The one that almost got me.
And then grizzly bears, mountain goats, black bears. I mean, mountain goats are crazy. They were really nervous of you in the beginning, but by the time you're up there for that long, they just get totally used to you. And they start coming around and kicking rocks down. I had my Walkman broken by a mountain goat that knocked the rock on it. And then they leave all these, they look beautiful and everything in winter, right? But in the summer, they leave all these stinky mats all over the place full of bugs.
Yeah.
They bring all the horse flies and deer flies and mosquitoes, black flies, just. So do the tourists when they come up to visit the port.
Right, yeah. So what you're telling me is there's a price to pay for working in such a beautiful place. There's dangers and inconveniences. But it's
absolutely worth it.
It's so cool. How many years did you work in the Burgess show?
I did 5 seasons. My first season was 89. My last season was 95. Because in 95 we reopened Walcott's Quarry. And talk about a historic journey with excavating Walcott's Quarry. I mean, finding their old fire pits and stacks of 1917 Washington Post newspaper. There's actually some of that on display in the Royal Ontario Museum now and at the Visitor Center and Field. And broken tools. And Walcott stacked all these great big slabs at the back of the quarry from layers that weren't as productive because he had plans to come back and split them later.
Gotcha.
His camp, which was on the opposite side of the valley, over a beautiful camp. I mean, and they set up all of these lean-to beds made out of wood, and they lined so they would bring slabs of shale down to their camp, so the camp cook during the day could split shale and collect fossils in camp. So actually, in 1975, the first time the Royal Ontario Museum got a permit to work the Burgess Shale, they were only allowed to collect tailings out of Walcott's camp. So that was their first permit. I think it was 75. But it's kind of amazing, just the history there too, getting to see all of that as well.
That's so awesome. And speaking of that kind of thing, of that history, clearly Walcott is somebody that you have some admiration for. Who are some other paleontological heroes that you have? People that, inspired you when you were younger and made you want to get out into the field?
Ned Colbert, unfortunately, I never got to meet.
Oh, really?
And another guy that I was supposed to meet, but he passed away the week before I was supposed to meet him, and that was Charles Sternberg.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. It was amazing when I worked at the Canadian Museum of Nature with Dick. Dale Russell was the curator there at the time. What a character. And of course, he was doing the Dinosauroid back then. And,
Russell,
so that was cool hanging out with Dale. And then just the crew, Clayton Kennedy and Kieran Shepard that worked in the lab. And stuff like
Right.
that. Great bunch of people.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You mean like even like really long ago people too?
Sure. I mean, whoever you can think of. We all have influences and people that we look up to, whether they're people we've met in person or people that we've read about since we were kids.
Yeah.
You were into fossils from a pretty young age, so
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
So, Jim Kirkland, Martin Lockley.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Like watching Paleo World, you know.
Uh-huh. Me too.
I mean, they're all youngins back then. But
Yep.
I love the scene of Jim pushing the dinosaurs migrating from Asia to North America with his,
Right,
his warboard. That's so funny.
Yeah, like a general pushing the tiles
exactly.
across the board. Yeah.
So no, meeting them was amazing, and then of course Paul Olsen. Paul Olsen was one of my young heroes, and
really,
yeah, wow. And now he's a good friend. It's
right,
kind of cool.
We were just looking in the ABC News article. I think that in there, there's a photo of you and him, like with your award at SVP this year. And that's pretty darn cool.
So Paul has always been a huge influence for me, and also working in the Maritimes. You know, another hero of mine that I'm now working with as well is Hans Seuss. Just
right.
You know, and then Phil Curry. I mean, getting to know Phil, is one of the nicest guys you could ever meet. I mean,
right, yeah,
good guy, and his wife too, just great people. So yeah, I guess Bill Sargent, that used to be, you know, thinking about tracks before I was even thinking about tracks, really. Yeah, and he was at University of Saskatchewan in Saskatoon. It was kind of neat to meet Andrew Milner for the first time. From the UK. You know, just on the one year I managed to get his name tag at SVP. You know how we do the name tag exchange?
Yep. Yeah.
And Angela was just standing there shaking her head at me, just like, oh no. Anyway.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. They say never meet your heroes, but you know, in paleontology, it's not a bad idea, I guess.
Yeah, there are so many. David Dineley, for example. You know, I got to meet him when I was younger, and he's a Devonian fish guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just fascinated with fish. It's just so many amazing people. You know, and then of course Michael Benton's another one that I always dreamed of meeting. And then 2011 SVP, and he was my co-pilot on the 3-day SVP field trip with his students. It was so cool.
That's
and of course
awesome,
he won the big
Romer
award
Simpson
this year.
Prize. Yeah.
Romer Simpson. Yeah.
You shared the stage with him this year at SVP. That's pretty incredible. Yeah.
It was really neat.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask too. I'm losing my train of thought. Live broadcast, everybody. With the site in St. George, for those members of the audience who maybe weren't watching these streams this past spring, tell us about the initial discovery of that site and how you got looped into that in the first place.
Okay.
That's where you're sitting right now, by the way. Like this, I want everybody in the audience to know the museum is built over this fossil site. So Andrew is sitting there in this very moment.
Yeah.
Really special place.
In that direction, I'm like 20 feet from an actual dinosaur track site.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So how did that first get discovered? What's the story there?
So Dr. Sheldon Johnson was leveling the hill on his property here in St. George, which at the time was like outskirts of town. When I first came here, right? What's that?
He was an optometrist or ophthalmologist? What kind of doctor?
Ophthalmologist.
Ophthalmologist, gotcha.
Actually, we received sad news that Laverna, his wife, passed away on Monday.
Oh.
So there's a legacy gone. Of course, Sheldon discovered the site. He passed away in 2017. And actually, Laverna's funeral is on Friday morning.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, it's saying we have unstable internet connection. Are we good still?
It'll be fine. It cut out for a second, but we're good now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, and Laverna was huge in going out and talking to politicians and making this place happen.
Right.
You know, it was just, I mean, Sheldon was leveling this hill on this property in early 2000, and this large rock fell out of the back of his truck, landed upside down, and he saw this big three-toed Eubrony's meat-eating dinosaur footprint. Right. His first impression was the dinosaur's still in the rock and its foot sticking out. And then he realized there were actually sand infills, so the natural casts of the footprints, as he was noticing these as he was flipping them over. So in April, actually, no, before that, back up. So Jim Kirkland gave me a call, and I lived in Cedar City selling fossils for a living. And Jim called me up because I started up the Southwest chapter of Utah Friends of Paleontology. I started it up in Cedar City before this place, before we'd started this.
Yeah.
This discovery. So Jim had asked me to come down to check it out, and Wade Miller was here and Alden Hamblin. And Alden was big into dinosaur tracks. He was the first paleontologist at Grand Staircase, actually, when it was first established. And Wade Miller was a mammal paleontologist at BYU. So we all met up here and looked around. I had my buddy Dustin Rooks with me, who ended up working for the BLM. And we were just blown away by how rich this site was. Jim told me before I came down, oh, this is the kind of place you might want to maybe grab some big rocks and we can put them out in front of the Natural Resources building up in Salt Lake, and that would look really nice. And it's like, no. You don't. This is important. This needs to stay right here. This is bigger than anything I'd expected.
Right.
And of course, when we first came here, and then we started looking at all these natural badlands nearby, and realizing, okay, there's a lot of bone coming out of here. What are these big, funny-looking tubular things that look like giant poops? So we were thinking maybe coprolites. So we actually got Karen Chin involved. That's how she became involved. We thought some of these things might be coprolites. But it turns out that these structures called fish sticks. Anyway, so another story.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we noticed a lot of bone across the road, and then they started developing the property. So originally they started ripping the hill down across the street while we were salvaging rocks on this side of the road. So initially they started ripping down rock. Jim called me in, and again in 2001, saying they're finding fish fossils across the road from the tracks. Can you go check it out? So it was May 22nd, 2001, with my mom and my dad, who were visiting from Canada, and we stopped at Red Cliffs Recreation Area. I discovered a new dinosaur site there that now has interpretive signage in the Upper Kayenta Formation. And then we came here, and I started finding fish across the road and discovered the first block of the dinosaur swim that will become the dinosaur swim tracks.
Right.
So, yeah, so we knew early on there was stuff, and then they started doing more. They started preparing the school and ripping into these bone layers. And then we had something in 2003 called the fish frenzy. So we had like we had about a month of quarrying off and on, and big groups just excavating all of these huge surfaces. Like, you've seen the size of the area across there. It's like massive volumes of rock, crazy. And yeah, so we managed to find what we call the upper bone bed and the lower fish bed. And of course, those are the two layers that I've been telling the city about for years. They go right through this hill over here. And I provided them with maps where all of these fossil horizons are located. And sure enough, in early January, actually, I think I was still in Canada for Christmas, and I got an email saying they're building an electrical substation right here, dead smack right in the middle of the bone layers.
And this is what, last year that you got this email? Or,
in January. January 6th.
Year.
Yeah, January 6th
2025.
I got the email. And
right.
It was, oh man, we got to work fast. And they gave us 2 months.
Right.
Starting in March, and they kept stalling and stalling and stalling. Like, just let us start something.
Right.
But it took them forever to give us official permission to start breaking ground. You can use hand tools, but no big equipment, is how it started. And then a week later, this is too hard. We need big equipment. This giant rock pile needs moving. You know, we've got all of this rock to move for this 1 acre substation, or else we're not going to do very well. And we were finding fish right off the bat when we located exactly what levels things were coming out of. So it was incredible, and thanks to you guys, just amazing how much help you gave us. Danny, you gave us so much freaking help. I can't express it. Incredible. So, I can't tell you how much I appreciate what you've done for this place. This substation, and for all the promotion you've done, and everything that's sprung up from it, this place has taken off. I mean, we've opened up a totally new wing with the substation quarry. I mean, it's a whole new part of the museum, and it's bringing money in. So we're getting donors, and we're now getting all kinds of volunteers that are wanting to help us prepare all of these dinosaur swim track blocks on the hill.
Right.
So they're ready in time, also March and April, for when Jennifer Crowell comes in with a surface laser scanner to scan all of the mapped swim track blocks so she can complete her PhD. So, yeah, it's nuts over here. But anyway, so the substation quarry, so we started digging in March. We managed to get Canyon Crest excavation. Randy Jones and his son, they helped out big time with early digs, along with Almond Bateman from AB Excavation. He helped do a lot of light lifting on Fridays and Saturdays. And then we had Handy Excavation. Right. And I'm also sad to say that I found out on Monday that Joe Young, the owner of Handy Excavation, passed away at the age of 56, 2 weeks earlier. So his son called me, Alec, he called me, he said, just wanted to let you know my dad's passed, but we're still 100% supporting you guys. They've got their digger here. So Handy Excavation is still supporting the museum whenever we need help. So it's great, but really sad that we've had these 2 deaths found out about them this week. So that's kind of disappointing. But we're moving on, and we're remaining positive and happy, and just trying to get things done. So anyway, these construction companies helped us move so much rock and clear rock debris so we could dig. And then just almost 500 volunteers signed up. Well, we had more than that sign up. We had over 700 people sign up, but almost 500 people showed up to quarry the site.
That's amazing.
Single days or multiple days. We had people. We had a couple fly in from Italy to dig with us.
Right.
We actually just had a woman from Minnesota that came in just for the weekend to dig the weekend, and she found this cool looking thing. She's really excited. So it might be the end of a coelacanth snout. So anyway, kind of really cool bone.
Awesome.
So anyways, getting towards the end of April, we're panicking. What do? We got to get all this rock moved.
Because the deadline was what, May 1st or something like that?
It was the last week in April. I seem to remember we were looking at all these joints, and we were in the fractures in the rock. We were looking to get jackhammers and bust out big sections, and then just move the productive rock to another spot to sort through it. Anyway. And there was a lot of press. I mean, it was amazing. It went international, I think. But it was incredible, the support that was shown. And anyway, I got a call from the city lawyer. Andrew, please come into City Hall. We need to meet with the mayor and the lawyers and PR people and of course the folks from the electrical department who were not very pleased. And they told me, you're not leaving this office until you pick a new place for the electrical substation. So I got to decide on the location of an electrical substation in St. George, which is kind of neat. I never thought I'd be doing that.
Right, not in the job description for a paleontologist usually, but In a
So
place like
anyway,
St. George, yeah.
yeah, so we moved it to a spot where it's got lesser impact on paleos, but there was a big rock pile, 2003, 2004 rock pile that has a lot of great dinosaur cracks in it. We're already finding beautiful stuff. So we do have to sort through some of that. Again, that leads to our next problem. Where are we going to put all this stuff? So
Right, yeah.
that's our next big magic trick, is trying to raise enough funds so we can build a repository and become a federal state repository here in St. George and start keeping fossils in southwestern Utah where they can be interpreted along with everything else that we have. So that's kind of the dream. Yeah, I mean, the number of donors since this whole substation has happened. And anyway, thank you guys. Appreciate you so much. Yeah.
It's an incredible community that we have here, honestly. Like,
absolutely.
Viewers are
yeah.
absolutely wonderful people, and I'm incredibly grateful to be part of this. On that token, if people want to get involved, given that you have so many exciting things going on and the excavations are going to continue in the spring, how can people help out? How can people get involved? How can they donate? How can they participate, volunteer, all that good stuff?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
So, how do I answer this, Danny?
Should they get in contact with Jaleesa or
Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me dig through my recycling. All right. I don't know if you can see this, but this is the fossil discoveries. Is it backwards?
No, it's right side on the right side. Yeah.
So this is the excavation that we did in the fall. So I think there's information.
Let me see if that QR code is scannable.
I can
anyway,
give you.
We'll post a link later. We'll make sure that this is all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess the best thing to do you can go to our website.
Yeah.
Oh no, I have to look up our website.
I'll pull it up. Don't worry about it.
It's www.utah.dinosaurs.org. How did I not remember?
Yeah. Here we go. UtahDinosaurs.org. Brilliant. Here is a link in the chat for everybody.
And then we do have volunteer forms that we have people fill out. We're going to be kind of limited on how many people we can take, because we've been told that we need to kind of keep the road by the school clear during the week.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that came from the electrical department. I think they're not happy because maybe, we gotta.
Yeah, we've displaced them a bit. I mean, that's understandable,
Yeah. So anyway, we're thinking we can fit a few cars in the area, but Diana seems to think if we've got volunteers, there are volunteers, and it's just our crew, not tons of people coming in from all over the place. Then we can get involved with the dig. So what we've been trying to do is contact people that have actually dug before. Anyway, I guess we can do that on a person by person basis. So I guess, and of course any donations. I think there's information for that on our website. I'm sorry, I'm not very up on the website.
No, you're a busy guy, Andrew. You're not the web manager or anything, so I don't expect that from you.
And my memory's not what it used to be. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot stored up there, so understandable. What kinds of cool things have been found so far? Like, what's the count for fossils since the substation quarry got started? And what kinds of critters are we talking here, too?
Okay, let me see here. So, when we were at SVP, we were at about 1,250 specimens inventory for the substation.
Wow.
Now, from the lower fish bed, we're at 290 specimens as of last weekend. And the upper bone bed We are at, wow, long list. 979 specimens. I think we're getting close. We're getting close to 1,500. I would say.
Just from the
And
upper bone, but that's nuts.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's just amazing, and there's
Yeah.
still so much more to collect.
And so, before we get into like a faunal list, tell us a little bit about what these strata represent. What kind of environment is this, so people can picture it in their mind's eye if they were to go back to the beginning of the Jurassic period?
Sure. So,
Yeah.
our site is right after a mass extinction at the end of the Triassic. So this particular site represents the recovery fauna after that late Triassic mass extinction, which occurred around 201.3 million years ago. And it took out all kinds of bizarre terrestrial animals. So animals like phytosaurs and edosaurs and lots of really cool stuff. But it allowed dinosaurs with this extinction to actually diversify and become the dominant animals on the planet. So this is the very beginning of all that happening. Our site is earliest Titanian, so we're right around that extinction boundary, directly after it. We do have rocks below us, so our site is in what's called the Monavi Formation, which is one of the lower formations in a bigger unit called the Glen Canyon Group, which includes the overlying Kayenta Formation, and then the famous Navajo sandstone, so one of the world's largest sand seas that existed over 180 million years ago, and it covered most of the American Southwest. So our site represents what's called the Whitmore Point member of the Monavi Formation, the upper member, and these are lake deposits. And as you go lower down in the formation, a lot of this is actually marginal lake deposits. We have surfaces that are traceable, where we find footprints that are produced onshore, and on the same level, we find traces of dinosaurs swimming on the same horizon that are submerged underwater.
So what we're seeing is that a dinosaur is walking from the shoreline and then descending into the water, and then it starts swimming, all in the same track.
Yeah.
That's
We
so
actually don't have dinosaurs doing that at this site, but on the top surface track site, we do have evidence of crocodilomorphs doing that. So going from swim to walk and walk to swim, we have 4 trackways like that preserved on the track site. But the dinosaurs, they're basically footprints going along, and then there's a trench-like structure. They basically just drop off the edge, and then they're swimming. And their toes can reach the muddy bottom, then they'll leave the claw mark. So we can actually show an animal walking and then it changing to swim. Not at this site.
Gotcha.
I don't think there are any real sites known, but we haven't given up hope yet. So
You could be the world's first.
We might find maybe some evidence like that. Anyway, so as you move up through the formation, the lake is getting deeper at times, and then of course it will totally dry up, and we see mud cracks and lots of dinosaur track layers. So in about 150 feet of rock at our site, we have 28 dinosaur track levels. One of the the youngest track horizon, was found in the substation quarry. So a layer we didn't even expect. We also discovered 2 plant horizons. So there was the one that you knew about, Danny, that was found higher up above the bone bed. Now we have one that's found between the lower fish bed and the upper bone bed. So we've discovered new plant level, lots of plant fragments. So it's kind of interesting stuff that we're seeing there. We get lots of invertebrates. We have stromatolites, so algal mounds. We have lots of evidence of microbial mats that, of course, are helping preserve a lot of these smaller invertebrate trails that we have on the lower fish bed.
Right.
From the lower fish bed, which is this green layer, we've excavated more than 80 fish skeletons now, complete to nearly complete skeletons. Some of these fish are over 3 feet long, so we've got some big fish.
Right.
We've got little minnow guys too that are.
Yeah.
What's that?
Well, I was going to say, what kind of fish are we talking? You started. To
we got little minnow, like a couple of inches, little guys too, and some of them are totally new. We've never seen these kinds of fishes before. Excuse me. Let me just go right here.
Yeah, that's really exciting. Holy moly! It's slipping my mind the names of those little toothy fishes With the funny
There's
shaped heads.
seminotids.
Well, there's seminotids and there's another kind too.
Seminotids, yeah. Which are distant relatives of modern gar, so they have enamel-coated scales, what we call ganoid scales. And then there's another type of fish called the paleoniscoids, which also have ganoid scales. So paleoniscoids there's never been a paleoniscoid ever published from the Mojave Formation. So we have maybe 5 or 6 different forms now of paleoniscoids from the Mojave Formation, from the Whitmore Point alone.
So it's almost guaranteed that they're new.
Oh yeah, and especially that little one that we found under that big fish deeper down, and it looks like a little sunfish. Like that is totally new.
Right.
There's one species of semianodid named from the Mojave Formation.
Okay.
And that's a fish called Lophianotus canabensis. Originally named by Dunkel and Schaefer in 1960 something.
The same Dunkel of Dunkleosteus fame?
No, not so. It's Semianotus canabensis.
No,
so
but the same. Is it the same Robert Dunkel that Dunkleosteus is named?
Oh yes, it is. Oh yeah, exactly. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, I'm a little slow.
No worries. Yeah, it's hard to do with a live broadcast talking over each other. Yeah.
And then we've got a couple of others that are there. You can see they're smaller, but these were fast-moving fish, and they appear to have lots of nice teeth in their mouths. So there's lots of cool things coming out. We have that funny-looking rattlesnake-looking thing.
Yeah.
Don't know what it is. I wish I pulled it out so I could show you. But it's bizarre. Somebody had suggested, actually, Xavier Jenkins, who worked on trypanosaurs. The first thing that he said was, "Is that a trypanosaur?" Anyway, yeah. So it's kind of a segmented tail, but the thing that looks like a hook on the end, it's covered in matrix, so we don't know what it is. But I've never seen anything like this fossil here. And then there's still a big blob in the other end that hasn't been prepared yet. I think it's our preparator, Sally Stevenson. It's her next project.
Nice.
I did send you a picture. So she's taking a break from her fish that she's been working on now for over a year.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Cleaning a semianodid out of an iron concretion from the Whitmore Point. So a lot of these fish, they're spectacular, but getting them out of the iron concretions is extremely difficult.
Right.
So it's going to be a long time, probably. I might not even be around by the time some of these fish are prepared, is my guess. Anyway, so she took a break, and I sent you a picture of this funny-looking little bone. Did you kind of look?
I think I did, and I've never seen anything like it before. Just bizarre. Yeah.
And it's getting more and more bizarre as we're preparing it. So it's 5.5 centimeters wide. No, what am I saying? Millimeters wide. I'm sorry. 5.5 millimeters wide. And each of the tooth on each side is just under a millimeter wide. They're one of them is blade-like, or originally they're blade-like, with these elongated ridges running down the top of it.
Is that David there?
Hey, David.
Good to see you. How are things?
Good.
You're live, by the way.
Yeah. We've got 200 plus people watching right now, David. It's good to see you.
Good to see you, too. I just wanted to let Andrew know I was taking this. We paint up our Scutellosaurus.
Excellent.
You going to be in next week?
Thank you. Yes, Tuesday. I'll be here Tuesday. Okay. Yep.
All right. Bye, all.
See ya.
Nice.
David's great. David has been a volunteer of ours since 2002.
Holy cow. Wow.
So, and he's discovered a lot of fossils in this museum. The guy's amazing at finding dinosaur tracks.
Yep.
Anyway, what was I saying? So this little tiny bone, and it's got these blade-like teeth on each side. One of them Sally's been preparing, and now it appears to have 2 cusps. And I was thinking, so it's gone from is this an ornithischian dinosaur? Is this a synapsid? Could it be a mammal? Could it be a tritylodonted? And now I'm starting to think it's just some kind of weird, bizarre fish. It's bizarre. I wish I could show it to you, but it's really strange. It's something totally new.
Right.
And, anyway, we also have lots of coelacanths.
Uh-huh.
We just found 2 weeks ago our largest coelacanth bone from the site.
That is awesome. Yeah.
It is, I would say, 9 inches long.
Nice.
It's
For a single
skull
bone?
Single
Holy
bone.
cow.
It's the skull bone from a coelacanth.
So that animal would be like 2 meters long or longer,
Oh
potentially,
yeah.
I would guess.
Yeah, it's a big fish. Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool. Fishmas is coming up on Monday, by the way. That's the anniversary of Marjorie Courtney Latimer's discovery of the coelacanth in 1938, December 22nd. Yeah.
I should jump in and join you and listen while I'm putting up more Christmas tree lights at my house.
There you go. Yeah, we'll have the Christmas tunes going and everything. So yeah, it'll be nice.
So we also have still no lungfish, sadly. That bone that we thought was a lungfish tooth, it turned out to be a fish skull bone.
Oh,
so
interesting.
It wasn't as exciting as we would have hoped.
Okay.
And then from the upper bone bed, we may have our first pterosaur tooth. We have possible synapsid teeth.
Uh-huh.
We have 4 morphotypes of theropod teeth. 2 small, 2 large.
Nice.
Hunter's putting priority on getting those prepared so we can get all of our SGDS, Monavi formation dinosaur teeth published. So that's kind of what we're looking towards.
Very cool. Yeah.
Of course, I've been asking for lots of shark's teeth,
Uh-huh.
and boy, did we ever get them. So before we started the substation, Corey, we had 4 Lesotus teeth. So these hybidon sharks.
Yeah.
We are now, I'd say, getting close to 300 teeth.
Wow.
Jackie Kimber is our big winner. I don't know if you remember Corey, but when I did my last count on December 7th, Jackie was winning with 68 teeth.
Holy cow.
Corey's found 52, Hannah Pettyjohn 25, Hunter Carter 19, and you remember Asher, he got 6. So, and I'm all the way back with 7. And we have somebody that's named Uncertain Collector. Collectors. They found 2.
I think I know that guy, yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, the teeth are coming out like crazy. So
That's
I haven't
awesome.
had a chance to update, but like I can see right here, Jackie found another like 10 teeth on Sunday. So she's just like finding these teeth.
Yeah.
So, and of course, that's one thing that has been top priority to prepare on my list. We also now have cephalic spines. So from male hybidont sharks, which only have cephalic spines, we definitely have a couple of those.
Nice.
We have 2 more hybidont spines. One of them is really nice. It's going to be comparable to the first one that we found, which is spectacular.
Yeah.
And we've got all these tiny placoid scales now. So it looks like we may have scales of this shark as well.
That's awesome. Shoot.
How many different species of sharks we have, I'm not sure. But right now, morphotypes, I'm thinking maybe 3.
All right.
Maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see.
What are the odds that those are going to be new species, too?
Very high. So, yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So Lesotus johnsonorum, which we named originally, that was a mistake. Our holotype specimen turns out to be, and I guess this is a little bit early, but anyway, I don't think anyone's going to jump me on this.
Okay.
But the holotype specimen actually turns out to be a fragment of a coelacanth palate with coincidentally similar shaped tooth structures on the edges of the palate bone. Which are more elongate and look like these elongate little hybidont teeth. So anyway, we're going to have to. So it looks like Johnsonorum will become the name of the coelacanth. One of our 2 new species of coelacanths we have at the site. And then the Lesotus that we have all the nice teeth for, that will become another new species. And we've got a name already selected. I'll keep
Exciting.
it
Shoot. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot of cool stuff coming out. I'm excited about the plants. We're starting to dig down into Unit 4, which doesn't produce a lot of fossils deeper in. There's lots of invertebrate trackways, so we're finding Diplacnites arthropod trackways, possible fish swim trails, and every now and then we get a rare fish. We may have soft body fossils in there too. The upper plant site, we did find what looks to be arthropod cuticle, so fingers crossed for insects.
Okay.
That would be amazing. And we have a massive trench now dug all the way down to the fence line, which is equivalent with the hill directly across the street from the museum. So now we have a full stratigraphic section of the entire Whitmore Point that we can still investigate.
Fantastic.
In depth. So we can study the Whitmore Point right here.
Right.
For as long as we need to, and I think that's one of our goals. Even if we do establish a natural history museum, it will be a working paleo site for a long time to come.
Right. And so what are some of the things that you would look at there with a fully exposed strat section? Like pollen or other stuff? Detrital zircons? What are we talking?
We do have some zircons lower down. They're not great.
Yeah.
And we also have sanidine lower down in the formation. There's still a lot more work to do there. So this long trench that we dug with a big excavator, it's a massive trench. We're going to clean that up and continue from Selena Suarez's section that she did in the spring.
Nice.
We're going to continue her section down because remember, we were just targeting those upper bone beds. There's still piles of layers that produce fossils directly below that we were just not paying attention to. Now we can take our time and excavate all these different horizons. And of course, Selena is very interested in collecting all these ganoid fish scales, and if we can get them, we managed to get her a couple of kind of beaten up dinosaur teeth. So the more of that kind of material we can collect, she could do isotope geochem studies on this kind of material. So the more stratigraphic horizons we can find, the more we can narrow down the age of these fossils. It's really going to be exciting to see what Selena can do. So,
very, very cool. Holy cow.
Yeah.
So much. It's just overwhelming, Andrew. It's overwhelming. Yeah. There's so much.
Yeah. And then we've also got other researchers like Lisa Park-Bush and her students. She's at University of Connecticut. She's working on the ostracods and now starting to pay more attention onto the concostricans from our site. So we're trying to collect a lot of invert traces as well. Also, the year before, we do have another site which is in the uppermost part of the Whitmore Point, but we need to go back and collect samples. We have our first actual bivalve, so clam fossils from the Whitmore Point member, and they're associated with a dinosaur track site near the town of Santa Clara. So, yeah, lots of great fun things to do. We're also planning for Lisbon Valley again in the late summer and fall.
Okay, nice.
We might be doing a project in the Chinle Formation for another Utah Tech student who's interested in working on vertebrate tracks in the late Triassic that were collected in the Abajo Mountains by a former Forest Service employee named Joel Nowak. Found this amazing track site when they were building a road up there. So, yeah, we might go spend a week or two in that area, probably teaming up with the Natural History Museum in Salt Lake again.
Okay, cool.
Randy and Tyler and those guys.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, shoot, let me know if maybe I can tag along at some point and do some streams, do some outreach, maybe raise some funds. That would be really, really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll keep you in the loop.
I appreciate that, yeah. Before we wrap up the interview here, I also want to emphasize to the audience that if you want to help out with this kind of thing, the museum could certainly use your help if you're looking to donate or looking to go there and volunteer in person. If you're local to the St. George area and you want to learn how to do fossil prep, how to clean the fossils in the lab, that's like a major bottleneck is like these fossils can only be studied after they're cleaned, and you
Right.
can help out with that. You can help accelerate this research. So
Right.
yeah.
And also right now we are looking for help to kind of detail the quarry so we can do what's called microstratigraphy across the entire site and kind of tie all these fossils in and see if there's any patterns. So getting more taphonomic information on the site, what's going on. There's a lot of great information. We're finding all kinds of cool sedimentary structures. So there's a lot of work to do at the quarry, cleaning out these trenches. Again, getting volunteers to help us prepare all these blocks on the hill that have gone through a lot. So certain times of the year, you can actually sit out in comfort behind the museum and under shade, with a view of the city
Nice,
or
yeah.
Smiths, and help us conserve some of the tracks that we have. We also have guides and volunteers in the museum. That's another thing that we have volunteers do. Yeah, we're really hoping that in the not too distant future, this big change is coming. I think some of the viewers may remember that I talked about the site. We're just waiting on the city to sign a letter to become Utah's first paleontological landmark. So
holy cow.
That would be huge,
Yeah, that's phenomenally exciting. Holy cow.
Yeah.
It's that close to you're just waiting on a signature essentially?
Yeah. And I have a feeling why it didn't go through the first time is because of this electrical substation. So it's been delayed. We're willing to hold off and, but I'm hoping it will still go forward because we have the Utah Geological Survey and the state government has said they agree to it. It's just the city that needs to now finalize.
Yeah.
So I have
that
a
is
feeling
so exciting.
things are going to happen. That's going to happen.
Fingers crossed, yeah.
Also, I heard from the city lawyer that they will be putting back the highway signs. So the state is doing that for us. So that was a big hit for our museum.
Yeah.
We lost so many visitors when they took down the highway signs. It really had an impact. And, before the substation, I was actually sitting here going, man, no one really cares about this place anymore. And then, wow, was I ever wrong? Yeah, was I ever wrong?
Yeah. Sometimes it just takes an emergency like that to, bring everybody together to rally around. And I'm so glad that that's how it's worked out. And I'm so excited for what 2026 will bring for the museum and the site and for you. Very excited. Very excited. Before I let you go, Andrew,
waiting.
What's that? Go ahead.
I said lots of big discoveries waiting.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So exciting. Before I let you go, Andrew, there's one question I always like to ask to anybody I interview. What advice would you give to an aspiring paleontologist? If there's somebody in the audience watching right now and they dream of becoming a fossil scientist, what's some advice that you could give them to help them out?
Stay in school. Do good work in school. Like really work hard on your sciences and your math and your English and all that. Do a good job at that. That is critical. Try and get the highest grade you can. Volunteer for museums if you can, if there's one nearby. Try and get involved with, even just local rock and gem clubs. You can still get involved with earth sciences through doing that kind of thing if that's all you have nearby. Right. But I mean, like in Utah, we have Utah Friends of Paleontology that gets people involved, not only just going to see people blab about paleo for our talks. By the way, Danny, I'd like to try and round you up for one.
I'd love to.
Here in St. George one day.
Count me in, yeah.
And anyway, so UFOP also gets people involved, so going out and doing field work with paleontologists and just helping out your local museum. So one things that we've done here before, it's just like gathering wood so we can build wooden boxes for all the track blocks outside.
Right, yeah.
Or come and help us clean up this track site. Before SVP in 2011, we got a bunch of volunteers to go onto BLM land and clean up all the garbage
Right.
And all the debris at this amazing track site,
Yeah.
the people have just been camping and bringing stuff to shoot at. So we cleaned up all the television sets and water heaters and beds, and we cleaned the whole thing up. And
Right.
it's still looking pretty good to this day. So we do things like that too.
Nice.
We also have an annual meeting with UFOP. So there are different groups like around. I'm sure, like California, right? There's so many paleo options there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I suggest.
Yeah.
If
Good
you,
advice,
if you
Andrew.
can,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
if that's handy nearby. Another thing that I used to do back in the old days when you used to just write and ask for reprints or PDFs, but still reach out to paleontologists that study things that you might have an interest in and contact them. Some of them might not respond or might take forever, like myself sometimes.
Yeah.
But there are some people that are incredibly fast at responding, and you know, I think that's a good way to go too. Just try to get your foot in the door somewhere.
Yep. Excellent advice.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Andrew. This has been a lot of fun. Really appreciate you doing this on short
Always
notice. I know
fun
how busy
hanging out
you
with
are.
you there, Danny. So
I appreciate that. Likewise, Andrew.
Yeah. Cheers.
And best of luck with everything. And yeah, we'll see you later. Take care.
Okay. Take care. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. We'll go ahead and end that meeting there. Excellent. Dr. Andrew R.C. Milner, everybody. Always a joy talking with Andrew. And really appreciate you watching, everybody. I'm really excited for everything that's coming up this next year for the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site and Museum, and for Andrew, and for everybody there in St. George. Raring to get back there now. We'll see when I can visit. Holy cow. Again, if you're for some reason just tuning in right now, we just interviewed Dr. Andrew Milner, who is curator and lead paleontologist at the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum in St. George, Utah. He was the recipient of the Morris Skinner Award for Lifetime Achievement in Vertebrate Paleontological Fieldwork from the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. There's a link there in the chat from SVP, or from a local news station in southern Utah, talking about that award. And man, what a treasure they have there in southwest Utah. Not just the fossil site, but the people there, like Andrew, helping to preserve that region's fossil history, people to study and enjoy. What a wonderful point of local pride. I also need to ask at some point about who do we send thank you cards to at the city for deciding to move that electrical substation so the site wasn't destroyed. One of these days we should do a stream where we just write nice letters to them or something like that. Send them a cake or something like that. Anywho, yeah. There you go, Claire, yeah. The Homer Simpson Award and the Seymour Skinner Award. Yeah, it almost seems like somebody at SVP is a real Simpsons head. Anywho, Halle Berry says, come back to St. George anytime. Danny, thank you for all of your help there in person, Halle Berry. It was wonderful meeting you in person, and I'm hoping I can come back sometime soon. It's going to be a busy year for me. We'll see if I can come back to St. George and do some other field work with Andrew and the crew. Yeah. A lot of fun. Thanks for watching, everybody. We've got some other paleontologizing to do here, but I gotta go use the bathroom. So let's pull up, let's say, a video here. It'll give me a chance to escape for a couple minutes. Yeah, there was one that we were going to look at the other day. We're going to be doing something like this toward the end of the month. Looking at some of the newly described dinosaurs from 2025. We'll do kind of an end-of-the-year recap sort of deal. But the Natural History Museum in London has a similar thing right here. What new species were discovered in 2025? This is the NHM in London. And you might recognize a few paleontologists here too. Let's have a look, and I'm going to go use the little paleontologist room. I will be right back. Oh man, I got to visit this museum for the first time last month, and it was like a religious experience. Holy cow. I'm really hoping that we can go back sometime in 2026 and do some streams from here. But anyway, for now, take a look at this. I'm going to go run to the bathroom.
It's been another remarkable year for research here at the Natural History Museum. Part of this research involves our scientists describing and naming new species from our collections, labs, and the field. This year, museum scientists have helped to document and describe 262 new species. These discoveries span almost every corner of life, from insects, crustaceans, fish, amphibians and reptiles, fungi, worms, arthropods, even species known only from fossils millions of years old. First, we're going to hear from Simon Loader, our expert in amphibians who's been involved with describing some rather unusual toads.
This year, we have uncovered a massive 42 new species of amphibians and reptiles. A particularly interesting find was describing 3 new species of tree-dwelling toads from Tanzania's Eastern Arc Mountains, who have a unique way of reproducing. Unlike most frogs and toads that lay eggs that develop into tadpoles before transforming into their adult form, these toads actually bear live young. It's believed the strategy of skipping the tadpole phase enables these toads to reproduce away from water. To uncover them, we use cutting-edge genomic sampling and the incredible resources of the museum's collections. We extracted DNA from many preserved specimens, some collected more than 100 years ago, and compared their DNA, body shapes, and even their mating calls. That's how we were able to name 3 distinct species: Nectophonoides saliensis, Uhehe, and Luhomeroensis. These toads live in small island-like forest patches high in the mountains. It's a habitat where many species have evolved in isolation and are therefore home to a number of organisms that are not found elsewhere.
Which ones are the best, though, says Diatoms Attack. That is for you to decide. I wonder how many species of diatoms they've described this year, Diatoms Attack. Yeah. Really neat. So I was listening to, I still have the earbud in, so even when I'm in the lavatory, I could still hear this. Really cool that they've got frogs who are, like you said, skipping that like aquatic stage like that, reproducing far from land. It's like they found a cheat code to almost be amniotes. It's pretty funny. I like it.
But these forests are impacted by current and historic environmental change, meaning these newly described toads that live there are under threat, and we risk losing one of the most unusual forms of amphibian reproduction. Naming and defining these species will help in the efforts to conserve them. We know there are more species waiting to be discovered in these rapidly disappearing forests.
It is kind of nuts. Like, I guess it's part of living in the 21st century and being aware of these new discoveries. Is every time you hear about, oh yeah, we've discovered a new species here, a new species there, and they're at risk of extinction. You know, their habitats are being destroyed. They're at risk from climate change or from development or from invasive species or whatever. It's oftentimes the species that are inconspicuous or uncommon enough to avoid detection up until this point. Those are also the species that are at risk of disappearing. It's harrowing to think about, but that's one of the reasons why this work is so important. You might go, oh, well, you know, la-di-da, you found a new species of frog. What's the big deal? It's, A, that's really, really cool. Like, you know, don't discount that. But B, it also shows the kind of biodiversity that's still out there but is vulnerable right now. You know, it really emphasizes this point that we need to be preserving these environments. We need to be putting a cap on development of these different regions. Gotta make sure we're not paving over paradise to put up a parking lot, you know? Yes, I'm sure parking lots very profitable, whatever. But there's priceless things that you might be destroying when erecting a parking lot, you know? People need to get this idea into their heads, you know, in worlds outside of science, in the general public, in the business world. Like, there are some things that are more important than profits. There just are, you know? I know it's sacrilege to say that kind of thing, but it's true, and somebody needs to say it.
I know there are more species waiting to be discovered in these rapidly disappearing forests, and effectively it's a race against time to recognise these species so we can protect them.
Yeah, amen.
Looking at the specimens in our collections with new techniques helps us to understand ancient species diversity and investigate how particular traits evolved. For example, using CT scanning, our researchers were able to investigate a shark skeleton preserved within chalk rock from southern England and describe a 70-million-year-old shark that
Is this a hybidont? I don't see one of those spines, but this is going to be a shark from the Cretaceous.
a distant relative of the collared carpet sharks that today live around Australia and Southeast Asia.
Very cool.
Another discovery from this year is a 500-million-year-old fossil offering a snapshot of evolution in progress as it reveals how starfish evolved to have 5 limbs.
I think I remember reading about this early on this year. Very cool.
A question that has previously puzzled biologists. By investigating
Well. You know who this is. We covered this critter when it came out. This is a dinosaur formerly known as Nanosaurus, Enigma cursor. Whom I got to meet in person this year, right after SVP. In fact, the day after SVP. Here's me and Enigma Cursor and Susie Maidmont, right here. Dr. Susanna Maidmont is, I think, lead author on the paper.
fragmentary bones of smaller dinosaurs in our collection, a new dinosaur made its debut right here in the Natural History Museum that you can come and visit for yourself. It's called Enigma Cursor mollyborthwicki, and it's on display in our Earth Hall.
There we go.
I am Professor Susanna Maidmont, and I'm a dinosaur researcher here at the Natural History Museum. Enigma cursor was probably about 1.5 meters long in life. It had quite a long tail. It was a 2-legged dinosaur with 4 limbs that were probably modified for bringing food to its mouth. It was a herbivore, so it ate plants. It lived on floodplains and alongside rivers and ran around at the feet of some of the most famous dinosaurs. We were able to identify that this dinosaur was a new species by looking at features of its upper leg bone, its femur. Now, there are individual kind of lumps and bumps on the bones that exist where muscles attach or where ligaments and tendons attach. And this dinosaur has a completely unique set of those lumps and bumps that we don't see in any other dinosaur.
Photobomber.
Small dinosaurs.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. It's just there in the background, just hanging out. Yeah.
Set of those lumps and bumps that we don't see in any other dinosaur. Small dinosaurs have been known from the Morrison Formation for a long time, but we've only really had kind of fragmentary, tantalizing parts of their skeletons. We were able to look at our specimen, which is much more complete than many of the previously found specimens, and go back and actually try to identify what this dinosaur, what these small dinosaurs that were living alongside the giants like Diplodocus actually were. I think small dinosaurs have been overlooked in the Morrison Formation for 150 years, really, you know, since the first dinosaurs were discovered there. We hope that by discovering Enigma cursor and being able to put it on display in this way, that will give them some much needed light.
Excellent.
This year, the new species were dominated by the moths and butterflies, known more technically as the Lepidoptera. In total, 81 new species of moths and butterflies were described, including a moth named after the Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg, Topirus tumbagella. We now join Lepidoptera expert Richard O'Brien in our collection to find out more about these newly described species.
It's been a fantastic year for the Lepidoptera collections team here at the museum. Of the butterflies and moths we've described, a group that really stands out are the jewel butterflies. Like the name
I love that. You can see why people get so excited about these animals. They are just these almost angelic little critters. And when you have group names like, oh yeah, the jewel butterflies. You know what I mean here? Just these... It's almost hard to describe just how small and delicate and beautiful and pretty and... Yeah, these little gossamer animals. Do we have any butterfly appreciators here in the chat? Any Lepidopteran stands here? I bet you we do. Everybody loves butterflies.
moths we've described, a group that really stands out are the jewel butterflies.
In fact, I want to look this up real quick on our Tree of Life. Do we have that as a group? The jewel butterflies? Not jewel like Jewel Drive, like there's two of them with a British accent. Jewel, Jewel. There we go. It might be this clade right here. They're also called gossamer winged butterflies. Let's see if it's a member of this clade.
Like the name suggests, these are beautiful iridescent butterflies that have metallic wings of blue, green, and orange. One species, Hyperchrysops russellii, was first collected from Papua New Guinea in 1969. However, over the last 50 years, the forest home has been significantly degraded, raising questions about whether the species has managed to survive in the wild, or if the museum's collection represents the only known record of the species existing.
Oh boy, that is kind of devastating. Shoot. So those ones preserved in that box might be the only ones left in the world. They're not sure. That is... oh boy.
The curators also discovered 9 new species of butterfly from the same family, but from South America, by analysing their form and structure alongside genomic data. Findings like these show us the importance of our collections in highlighting species and areas of further research and conservation.
So to be clear, again, he said that those jewel butterflies, the first one he mentioned, so 1979, he said? They were first collected? It's 1969. Hyperchrysops russellii was first collected from Papua New Guinea in 1969. And it's just been named in 2025, apparently.
Blue, green, and orange. One species, Hyperchrysops russellii, was first collected from Papua New Guinea in 1969. However, over the last 50 years, the forest home has been significantly degraded, raising questions about whether the species has managed to survive in the wild, or if the museum's collection represents the only known record of the species existing.
So let's look up that species and see if it's up on Wikipedia yet. It should be. I'm guessing that I've not really spent any time in the Lepidopteran part of Wikipedia, over in that neighborhood, but I'm guessing that we've probably got a lot of very dedicated people who edit that part of Wikipedia, add new articles all the time, all that good stuff. Epochrysops russeli. 2 L's. We don't have an article about it yet. Interesting. That's kind of surprising. The butterflies are one of those really charismatic groups. You would think that butterfly lovers would be climbing over each other to try and make new articles on Wikipedia. Huh. Interesting. This is the closest we're gonna get, I guess. Huh. Not there yet, even in the master list. That's surprising, Alex Rickson, yeah. Huh.
Also discovered 9 new species of butterfly from the same family, but from South America, by analysing their form and structure alongside genomic data. Findings like these show us the importance of our collections in highlighting species and areas of further research and conservation.
From live-bearing toads and beautiful butterflies to Jurassic dinosaurs, this year's discoveries remind us just how much there is still to learn, both about life around us today and the countless species that came before. We can't wait to see what our scientists uncover next. Thanks for watching, and make sure you like and subscribe for more natural history content.
Good stuff. Here is a link. That video right there from the Natural History Museum, the NHM. Good stuff. What that reminds me of, though, is... I don't know, I'm hung up on these butterflies. These ones where we don't know whether or not they still exist in the wild. It reminds me of a butterfly that we used to have right here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. It is now extinct. I think a lot of folks don't realize how different San Francisco used to look. Much of the city used to be sand dunes and meadows like this. So I guess it's supposed to be 1849, so during the gold rush. I guess this is this the Presidio right here? Huh. It might be. But these used to be these massive sand dunes in the north part of San Francisco. And all this wind-blown sand would constantly be shifting and changing, and there was a whole vibrant ecosystem that this terrain supported. And one of those creatures that lived in this ecosystem was the Xerxes blue butterfly. It's become kind of iconic.
The peril of the planet is more urgent than ever. And one of the reasons we know that we're imperiled is not just climate change, but the loss of all the species that support us and everything around us.
So here we go. Here's San Francisco here. This is where I used to work, in the Presidio over here. So it's in my opinion, one of the most beautiful places in the world. This is a bit of San Francisco that has been largely saved from development. Kind of. It's just this preserved gem of wildlife habitat. And you get those shifting sand dunes in little pockets of it over here. This, by the way, is the Pacific Ocean. On this side, here's San Francisco Bay. On the other side of the Golden Gate Bridge. But yeah, right before I started streaming on Twitch, this is where I worked when I was teaching outdoor ed. And it was such a privilege to be able to go there every day and hang out with the kids and just kind of be immersed in nature to the extent that that's possible in one of California's largest cities. But this is the kind of habitat that the Xerxes blue existed in.
San Francisco used to be the 4th largest dune system in California. From Ocean Beach and the Sunset and Richmond districts, all the way through the Presidio and into downtown, there were moving and mobile sand dunes. Teeming with life, the wild things were abundant. The San Francisco sand dunes had easily 40 species of butterfly.
Wow.
The Xerxes was one of the first recorded or documented cases of an animal going extinct or being driven to extinction by human causes, by development, by habitat loss. The dunes that we're standing on top of today were all paved over, and essentially San Francisco lost the entire habitat to development.
Ugh.
We really know...
So again, it almost feels euphemistic to say that word like that. Development, you know? It sounds like a term that you hear in a corporate boardroom rather than, I don't know, rather than out in the real world, you know? And yeah, Alex Fixon, we're leading up to that. Don't jump the gun here, but yes. Yeah.
About Xerxes because of the amazing collections that we have here at the Academy. These collections that we've built really form the basis for understanding everything around us. To better understand our future, we have to know where we came from in the first place. And so we have these incredible collections dating back hundreds of years, or in case of geology, millions of years, to understand our past. And so we're able to look at the climates, the ecosystems before us, and it better informs where we're going as part of the ecosystem today.
We are restoring this.
Oh, I know exactly where they are right here. I was here with the kids for a few weeks because we would kind of go to different places throughout the Presidio during the year, especially during COVID. We switched to being outside like full time, and I know exactly where this is. This is so cool.
Habitat to bring back the wild things and protect biodiversity here in the city.
They involved several groups of scientists, butterfly lovers, and others to try to figure out how to build the habitat. And one thing that's missing from that is the Xerxes blue.
Yeah.
The role it would have played as a pollinator, pollinating all sorts of flowering plants. It would have provided food for other animals that eat its caterpillars. It's part of the food chain.
So there's a balance there that we're trying to better understand and bring back to the Presidio. By looking at the genome of the extinct Xerxes and the genomes of surrounding butterflies in the Bay Area today, we can hopefully understand and inform the process of what species might be able to survive in the Presidio today, what were the components of the genome that might have helped it survive the cold, wintry, summery weather of San Francisco. And as part of that process, we hope to be able to de-extinct the role in the ecosystem, not necessarily the blue itself, but to bring back a cousin that will be able to survive in the Presidio.
Yeah, so here's the thing, is there's this missing piece of this ecosystem, this creature that was very important for pollinating these plants, a really important role to play in this living community, and what he's talking about there is not de-extincting this species, Jurassic Park style, bringing it back from extinction, but rather, what's a really close relative that we could reintroduce here? Somebody who could be a nice substitute and help plug that gap in this ecosystem, you know? The cold summers of Northern California. Yeah, what's the phrase always misattributed to Mark Twain? The coldest summer I ever spent was a winter in San Francisco. I know that's not it, but yeah. Yeah.
We're using really cutting edge method with these really old and really valuable specimens.
Everyone always asks, how can you bring something back that's been gone for 20 years, 40 years, 150 years? But the truth is you can look at all kinds of examples, from bringing beavers back to Scotland to, of course, to reintroducing the wolves in Yellowstone. What dramatic ecosystem changes are made that are so positive. So we can only imagine that even bringing back the littlest critters will have tremendous impact.
By bringing them back, we bring back the ability to build these habitats and ecosystems to be stronger than they were. And the more redundancy of organisms and the thicker that web of life, the stronger it can be.
Those healthy ecosystems are better resilient to drought, floods, and our impacts on them.
Anything that we learn about the process that we're developing through this particular project has the ability to inspire other people to consider this work and to recognize that we are essentially stewards of the world.
I like that a lot. Link here to that video. But, yeah, kind of on that same token, here's another video. This is from, what, USA Today, I think? 5 months ago. This is pretty recent. Let's take a look at this.
The World Wildlife Federation reports at least 10...
And sorry, that's so loud. Let me turn that down. And the volume balance is so different on some of these different videos. Here we go.
The World Wildlife Federation reports at least 10,000 species on Earth go extinct every year, many because of man's encroachment on nature. Back in the 1940s, a type of blue butterfly that lived in San Francisco was lost, seemingly forever, when its habitat and ecosystem essentially disappeared due to people moving in. But now, there's an effort happening to help revive those beautiful butterflies with the help of a close relative. NBC's Gotti Schwartz checks them out in our Sunday Spotlight.
If there was ever a trail of tranquility to appreciate the intricacies of nature,
same spot in the
look
Presidio
no further than this corner of San Francisco's Presidio National Park, where there's a blue fluttering of a butterfly effect 80 years in the making. This is the story of the Xerxes blue, the first American butterfly to go extinct because of human development. It was last seen in...
And it's not the first butterfly species to go extinct because of human development. It's the first one, like, to be documented and recognized. There were surely other ones that went extinct prior to this. Different parts of the world, but, like, this was the first time when it really got attention, you know?
In 1941.
That's a female, it's a beauty.
The California Academy of Sciences now hoping to reintroduce these silvery blue cousins to the ecosystem.
There we go.
Act as crucial pollinators. They are the closest genetic relatives found just miles away, collected by researchers in Monterey, then transported to the Presidio.
Just by moving it from one habitat with permission to another, we're trying to restart a blue butterfly population here in the Presidio.
So fix a problem that humans made.
Yeah, we're basically fixing a problem that humans caused.
It's important to remember that over a century ago, before the Golden Gate Bridge, before the gold rush even, this was the natural habitat for about half of the city of San Francisco. Sand dunes teeming with life.
But after the development of the city and the extinction of the Xerxes, a new conservation movement started with the Xerxes Society.
We wanted to restore this landscape.
Its mantle now being picked up by researchers and volunteers of today.
And now we have the opportunity of bringing back a butterfly.
Lou Stringer is the Associate Director of Natural Resources at the Presidio Trust.
Seeing this color and this habitat that you've been building over the years, I mean, what does that mean to you?
It's just incredible to see a piece of the puzzle come back that's been missing for so long.
This is like a blue sign of hope. There they go.
There they go. Oh, wow.
In the dawn of this new age of bringing back direwolves or...
They didn't bring back a direwolf. By the way, I got to speak with some people at SVP about the whole direwolf thing, and the situation's a bit more dire than I realized. Anywho. Yeah. Well, the direwolf thing may not have been what it was claimed to have been. The ironic thing is that, like, bringing back this butterfly, sure, it's not the original Xerces blue, but it's a close relative and it will hopefully fill a very similar niche. That's more real than the direwolf thing is. But anyway.
Creating woolly mice, for now, here the simplest solution is found in nature.
It's not about bringing back a velociraptor. It's like, is there a missing function that we really need? And is there a way to put that back in the landscape? In most cases, the answer is yes. And the species doing that job are already out here. We just need to put them together. It's like matchmaking, reweaving the web of life one species at a time.
For Sunday Today, Gotti Schwartz, San Francisco.
And what's really cool about this is that, say there were, for some reason, the, like, extinction of a highly endemic species, a species that only exists in a very small range. Let's say that in the absence of humans, this butterfly species went extinct for some reason. Say there was a natural disaster, something like that, and this very small population, the only place where this one species lives, it gets wiped out. Under normal circumstances, other species would move in and kind of take over that niche. So maybe this species of butterfly there in Monterey, the one that's being reintroduced here, maybe under normal circumstances, it would be able to just move into this habitat. But we as human beings have fragmented these populations so much. We've cut down forests and built freeways and just kind of messed with this, the natural habitat to the extent where there's no way for those butterflies to get from Monterey to San Francisco like this. They wouldn't be able to make the trip. So you can't get even just like the natural way that species go and take over the niches of recently extinct species. Even that isn't happening because of what we've done to this region. So we need further human intervention to reintroduce those species like that. Yeah.
Gotti, thank you.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah, anyway. Here's a link to this video right here. All the mosaicing is so detrimental. Yeah, burn of bile. It's distressing, Yeah. RB42 says we're good at putting stress on habitats. It doesn't have to be that way, though. I always roll my eyes when somebody says, well, that's just the cost of progress. You just have to destroy everything so that, so that we can get one-day shipping or, so I can get my double McWhopper with cheese. Like, it doesn't have to be that way, These are all choices that we've made. There's no inevitability to this. You're kidding yourself if you think that there is. That this is some sort of natural process and it's just something like gravity that you can't fight. Like, no, these are all conscious human choices that we've made. And we can choose other things instead. A better world is possible, Anyway. Yeah. There you go, Gleaver. Yeah. Anyhow. I don't know. As somebody who works on mostly extinct animals, I like to think that kind of science gives me another paleontologist perspective on this kind of thing. The idea isn't, all species eventually go extinct, and so why should we even care? No, in studying the history of life on Earth, we see the incredible resilience, diversity of life. We see its tremendous beauty. We should do everything that we can to preserve that today. Every extinction is a tragedy, in a way. And if we as human beings are causing those extinctions, shame on us, We have so much potential as human beings for destruction. We've already seen that. But also for conservation, for preserving these natural environments. Like, we could choose that instead of destruction. We should. And science is one of the most important tools that we have for accomplishing it. You know what I mean? With that having been said, speaking of extinction, take a look at this other video that just came out with, with this guy.
This is what's left of the
Oh, and hang on. We've seen this before, this site before, haven't we? Isn't this on the Brazos River in Texas? Let's take a look.
This is what's left of the moment the world ended. We can see it right here in the rock, in this riverbank.
So I'm pretty sure it's the same spot
the river
here.
and its tributaries. He examined exposures of the KT boundary different from those seen elsewhere, and saw something on top of the Cretaceous mud and rock that had once accumulated on the sea floor.
Is this the same site?
So this is the typical mud just found in this area?
Exactly. All we see is this gray Cretaceous mud. And there's 7 million years of this mud here. So, I mean, we're talking boring.
Right.
You know, there was nothing
That's,
going on.
Is it Alan Hildebrand?
You see right here,
Yeah, Alan
the
Hildebrand.
seafloor has been eroded right at this point.
An untrained eye might see this sediment and never look twice at the protruding boulders. But Hildebrand saw evidence of a catastrophic event.
I think this might be the same exact site. Let's take a look.
The world ended. We can see it right here in the rock, in this riverbank. In fact, we can see it all over the world, where scientists have found evidence of a day so violent it erased 3/4 of life on Earth.
And so I guess this is kind of, it goes to the point that I'm making where, like, extinction is not some inevitable thing. It's not like species have some sort of a finite lifespan and then they just blink out of existence like clockwork. It'd be cool to talk with Denver Fowler about this at some point, because I think he has a very similar view on this. Often it takes something special, something catastrophic, to drive a species into extinction, you know?
Including every non-bird dinosaur. It might not look like much, but this changed the course of our planet.
Is it the same site? I think it is.
But how do we know what happened minute by minute on a day 66 million years ago? Because here's the thing, right? You've seen the recreations. A dinosaur's looking up at the sky, a big rock hits, boom, everything dies. But the reality is so much more interesting and violent. This wasn't just an explosion, okay? The sky literally fell and was followed by centuries of doom.
Centuries? That's a long time. Do we have a better handle on the timing of this now?
The craziest part isn't that it happened, it's that we can see it. Today, we're gonna read this story of epic destruction that's written in layers of mud and ash and rock to learn what it looked, sounded, and felt like to live through the last day of the dinosaurs.
Holy cow. Oh, this is gonna be cool.
66 million years ago, the day began like any other day.
And yeah, that probably is, you posted the link to this already, didn't you, Claire? Excellent.
Apex creatures of the Cretaceous, dinosaurs, pterosaurs, and more, doing what big ancient reptiles do. But out there, in the cold, dark vacuum of space, a wandering asteroid from the Kuiper Belt was minding its own business. This hunk of carbonaceous chondrite had passed through Earth's orbit for millions of years without incident, until a tiny gravitational bump set it on a fateful course. It was a Tuesday, or maybe a Friday, whatever, it doesn't matter. They didn't have calendars back then.
Nope.
But we do know from the fossil record that it was probably early spring. Up there, about 12 hours before the end of the world, an asteroid 6 to 9 miles in diameter, that's wider than Mount Everest is tall, was hurtling through space at 12 miles per second.
So yeah, wider than Mount Everest is tall. I like to say it's about the size of San Francisco. Speaking of San Francisco, because what do we say?
An asteroid 6 to 9 miles in diameter.
So San Francisco is famously 7 by 7 miles. You know? There we go. San Francisco. There's the Presidio, like we were talking about. There's the Golden Gate Bridge. There's Golden Gate Park. Here's the financial district. Downtown is over here. The Twitch headquarters on Bush Street. It's like right over there, basically. I live across the bay. Over here somewhere. San Francisco International Airport's down here. But anyway, just giving you an idea of size. A rock from outer space that big, essentially. Yeah. Big ol' asteroid. Size of San Francisco.
That's wider than Mount Everest is tall, was hurtling through space at 12 miles per second. If you were a dinosaur looking up at the sky, you'd see what looked like a bright star in the northeast.
We would see something getting bigger and bigger. Something that starts out like a small...
Well, it wouldn't have taken that long. So this is Parasaurolophus here, who's from the Campanian. I don't think Parasaurolophus... We've got multiple species of this genus. I don't think any of them were around when the asteroid hit. They'd already done their thing and either gone extinct or evolved into a different species by this point. So this is not right. I don't think we have any Maastrichtian Parasaurolophus, right? So there's Walkeri, there's Certocristatus, there's... I don't know if Tubicen is considered valid anymore. Yeah. 76.5 to 73 million years ago. That's for the whole genus, right? Yeah. So they would not have seen this. They were gone for like... I don't know. 7 million years prior to this.
Star that gets to be the...
Hang on, not 7. That would be... yeah, 7.
Size of the sun that gets to be the size of a really big harvest moon that gets to be bigger than any moon you've ever seen.
Right until it's just taking up the entire sky.
Taking up a huge area of the sky.
And then that's the last thing you see. And this is where it was about to strike.
Dr. Terra says Chironosaurus would have seen it, right? That's it. Chironosaurus from the Maastrichtian? Latest Cretaceous. Yuliang Formation. Early to late Maastrichtian. Oh, maybe. Maybe. If that is Chironosaurus in that picture, then that... Oh. Well. Thank you, Dr. Terra. Yeah. Well, let's say it's in Asia then. And that could be Chironosaurus. Excellent. Okay.
66 million years ago, at the end of the Cretaceous, what we now call the Yucatan Peninsula was a shallow tropical sea teeming with life. It was a paradise. And it was also, geologically speaking, the worst possible place on Earth for this asteroid to hit. Okay, so the asteroid is about to hit Earth. It's entering our atmosphere so fast that the air in front of it is being compressed and heated to temperatures hotter than the surface of the sun. The air turns into a superheated plasma shockwave. That means before the rock even touches the surface of the Earth, that gorgeous shallow sea of the Yucatan probably vaporized. When it actually hits...
Oh, and that's not actually what... So this is a modern day map of our planet? So, like, Florida is, you know... That's how you can tell. Florida did not exist as land at the time. Sea levels were a lot higher. The Western Interior Seaway either is here or maybe has retreated. That's a subject of conversation for another time. But again, this is what it looks like today. It didn't quite look like this 66 million years ago. And that website might still be down, so let's pull up this. There we go. Western Interior Seaway. This is what we're talking about here. Would have looked more like this. Seaway may have been a bit more constricted, may be mostly gone from North America, but the point is, this was ocean right here, and so was this. Yeah. Not like this. This is a modern day map. They're using this for convenience sake. If you're going to use one of Ron Blakey's maps, you probably need to get, like, you need to pay for that. You need to get permission. They probably didn't have a chance to do that. That's fine.
That gorgeous shallow sea of the Yucatan probably vaporized. When it actually hits, the asteroid touches down with the force of more than 100 trillion freight trains, crashing at full speed, all at the exact same moment in the exact same place. If you're like, that sounds bad, I'd like to see what that did to the Earth. Well, you'd need to drill deep into the Earth's crust and pull out a big chunk of that crust that shows all the layers where the asteroid hit. Something like these, maybe. These are core samples.
Core lab.
Cross sections of rock
Core library
from deep within the crust.
So this is really, really cool. I've talked about this a little bit before. These are really, really important facilities. So this is like a library of Earth history here. So cool. Where Jim Kirkland works, and Don DeBlue, and Ethan Cowgill. It's in one of these facilities. So that's where I go every year when I'm doing field work. Is to the Core Lab, the Core Center at the Utah Geological Survey, part of the Department of Natural Resources. And I don't have any photos from this past year, I guess, but let's look at July 2024. Here we go. Pictures from last year either. Well, shoot. 2023. But the Core Lab facility is really cool. It's kind of like it's this enormous warehouse-like building. It almost looks like a Costco, honestly. And there are these huge stacks of core samples like that. These cores just stacked on top of one another. It's kind of remarkable. Look at October 2022. I know I went there with LJ Krumenacker. There we go. Yeah. Perfect. Right there. There's LJ and Jim walking through this facility. So So those boxes contain the cores. This is in Salt Lake City. A similar kind of facility to the one that we're seeing there in the video. This is where they keep the art. There you go, Claire, yeah. So, similar facility here.
These are core samples. They're basically cross-sections of rock pulled from deep within the crust. They contain a continuous geological history, layer by layer, from the recent surface down into deep time. This building houses nearly 100 linear miles of core samples.
Yep.
Geologist Sean Gulick led an expedition to the Yucatan to drill these cores from inside the asteroid crater, to reconstruct each moment of the impact and extinction that followed.
Cores are a record of what happened on our planet.
And these cores are special because they show a telescoping record of time, giving us a high-resolution view of a single moment 66 million years ago. So when we look at a normal...
Time in a tube. I like that, Claire. Yeah. I'm hoping in early January we'll be interviewing a paleontologist who's worked on coring vessels like this. She can tell us all about it.
Layer, like if I'm at the Grand Canyon or something,
yeah.
How much time am I looking at in, say, a foot?
So that could be easily millions of years, or even sometimes tens of millions of years.
How does that compare to what we see in front of us here?
We've got about 500 feet that represent less than 1 day.
So we...
I'm sorry, what? 500 feet is less than a day? And you've done core drilling before. Very cool, Moose. Very cool.
Here.
We've got about 500 feet that represent less than 1 day.
So we can read through these to get a play-by-play of exactly what happened moment by moment.
Exactly.
Charlie's doing, yeah, crazy.
So as this 7-mile wide asteroid,
he said 7 miles wide, San Francisco,
hits the surface of the Earth, that's vaporized immediately. Those first layers of rock, they're also vaporized and ejected out into the atmosphere. And that vaporization and ejection depth goes all the way down, hundreds and hundreds of feet. What's below that, then, instead of vaporizing the rock, melts. This is what is called melt rock, very simply. This is actually granite that instantaneously hit enough pressure to turn to a liquid and is now solidified into a rock.
So
crazy. So this is just the sheer force of impact liquefied the rock, that extraordinary pressure. Think about that. Think about the amount of force necessary for that. It boggles the mind.
So it's not like it took a few seconds. It was solid rock in one moment, and then it's just instantaneously melts. Next, the atmosphere literally ignites. But one of the most destructive forces ever unleashed during our species' time here on Earth is the atomic bomb. Now imagine almost 9 billion of those bombs exploding at once. That thermal radiation travels at the speed of light across the Earth, instantly incinerating everything within 600 to 1,000 miles. Every bit of organic material within that range was scorched like that. That much energy impacting the Earth all at once vaporizes most of the asteroid. The Earth's crust stops acting like rock and starts acting like a liquid.
That shock wave, it is moving through the Earth at the speed of sound of the rock, so kilometers per second. And what you have is granite that has been shocked. And if it hits something very fine grain, it makes something you can visually see with your eye. These are called shatter cones. And you can see this almost fractal pattern on the surface of this fine grain material. It's like runaway earthquakes in a fan-shaped pattern. These are direct, visible evidence of what a shock wave does to fine grain rocks.
The only way those can happen is from a kinetic impact like this.
Right.
So you were just reading about these peanut butter princess? Very cool. Yeah. Astonishing. Like, it's hard to wrap your mind around these things.
Hypervelocity impact coming in, 20 kilometers per second, 10 to the 23 joules kind of energy is the only way to make these kinds of features. These are effectively proof positive that it had to be a hypervelocity impact to make them. And it's actually kind of amazing that we just sort of randomly caught one of these in a core that's only this wide.
Right.
It's pretty lucky.
Yeah.
Just like when you drop a pebble into water and that little jet of water shoots up in the middle, The Earth did that. So granite that was once miles underground was suddenly and violently pushed upward through the Earth's crust and up into the air, nearly 12 miles into the atmosphere. In fact, it's theoretically possible that pulverized dinosaur dust ended up on the moon.
Yeah, I wonder about that. I really do. I'm not a physicist, I'm not an astronomer, I'm not an astrophysicist, but I like that he says dust and not dinosaurs ended up on the moon. But pulverized dinosaur dust? I suppose so, but like... Yeah. I feel like it... Yeah, nothing recognizable. Good point, Claire. Yeah.
I don't know, we haven't found any, but it could be there. This rock then collapsed outward to form a ring of small peaks around the crater, what we now call the peak ring. Now, these formations were hundreds of meters high, and this all happened in less time it takes to boil an egg.
So the peak ring is made, this granitic peak ring is made in about 5 minutes, and this is then the minutes to hours of material laid on top of that.
So, when we're saying that it's, like, that 500 plus feet or whatever formed in less than a day, that's not actual deposition. It's like, that's all of that material being metamorphosed within that day. That makes a lot more sense to me. Did you catch that? Because he was saying earlier, you know...
The surface of the Earth. That's vaporized immediately. Those first layers of rock.
Hang on, it was before this. Here we go.
Of a single moment 66 million years ago. So when we look at a normal layer, like if I'm at the Grand Canyon or something,
yeah,
how much time am I looking at in, say, a foot?
So that could be easily millions of years, or even sometimes tens of millions of years.
How does that compare to what we see in front of us here?
We've got about 500 feet that represent less than 1 day.
So it's not like there is 500 feet of material really being deposited. Not deposited in like the traditional sense. I guess it was disrupted and metamorphosed and cooled in less than a day. I think that's basically the idea here.
Then the minutes to hours of material laid on top of that.
Yeah.
Because what goes up must come down. Here in what is now East Texas, 800 or so miles from the Chicxulub crater, we can see exactly where the billions of tons of rock that were sent up into the atmosphere by the impact came raining back down.
That is the same spot, isn't it?
These are called spherules, and they come from the vapor plume from the ejecta coming in a giant, fast-moving cloud across the landscape. So it actually has the speed and the energy and the amount of stuff to go all the way around the whole world.
Oh, wow.
But as it's hitting the ground is not stable because the earthquakes have also erupted.
We're having like
a bad day.
A Richter 12 earthquake.
Yeah, magnitude 11 is some of the estimates. Certainly it's over a 10, which is larger than any fault on Earth can do, because we have no singular fault that's ever going to be big enough to make it bigger than a 9 something.
Okay.
And in this case, so we're shaking, probably the ground is moving up and down on the scale of 6 to 10 feet, you know, rolling as it goes by. This cloud is moving in and raining. It's hitting water, because we're under the water, raining down on us, and then the water itself becomes a wave because the tsunami arrives.
Yeah, you heard that right, a tsunami. The hole punched into the Earth's crust by the asteroid evacuated billions of tons of water, which set off a mega tsunami that struck every coastal area on Earth.
And I love that they actually have a latest Cretaceous paleo map here. It's like accurate for this time. So what's this right here? That's India right there. It's on its northward journey before it crashes into mainland Asia. That's India. Here's Australia right here. North America and Asia. There may or may not be a land connection there at the time. I'm not sure what the current consensus is. But, yeah. Pretty cool, right? Again, when you're trying to create a model for this, you have to make sure that you get those basic details right, like where are the continents at those times. So there's a lot that goes into producing a model like this. That's just the most, like, that's your starting point, is you've got to make sure that you've got the continents, the right shapes, the right places. Yeah. And top left is what we now know as Europe then. Top left. So yeah, at the time, Europe would have been a series of islands in like a kind of a shallow tropical-ish sea. So it would have been essentially like an archipelago. We'll be talking about that a little bit more, hopefully, in a few days. There's a new paper that should be coming out, and we should be interviewing the author about that. But that has to do with that. So yeah. Claire says, do we have an idea of how fast India was moving? Like continents move as fast as your fingernails grow, right? Ish, anyway. They're about, yeah, but some of them move faster, some of them move slower. Some of them are just kind of like rotating rather than like... India's just kind of making a beeline across what is today the Indian Ocean. So it was moving pretty quick. Like as fast as a slug can run? No, it was slower than that, but still... maybe twice as fast as your fingernails grow, something like that. It was moving. It was moving. But we're not talking about like as fast as a snail goes, you know? Yeah. So geologically sprinting, yes. Yeah. Yeah.
The whole punch.
We could talk about that another time. In fact, yeah, when is we have that should be coming up. What is it? March? February? Oh, January 6th. Continental Drift Stream. If we don't have anything else that day, then we'll be talking about Alfred Wegener unveiling his theory in Frankfurt, his theory of continental drift. He didn't have plate tectonics yet, but he had the idea for continental drift. We'll probably be doing a special stream about that on January 6th. Yeah. Diatoms Tech says 15 to 20 centimeters a year, or if you don't like metric, about 6 inches a year. Okay, thank you, Diatoms. Cool, cool, cool. That's for India specifically, or that's for continents in general? Let me know, but I appreciate that. But Diatoms Tech, good stuff. Neverwinter is correct. Yeah, India was rocketing in terms of tectonic plate movement. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Pretty neat, you know? And it's that when it actually hits mainland Asia, that's what pushes up the Himalaya. The world's tallest mountains today. Like, you could see it, like, you could see it from space. You could see it from the moon, probably. When India hit mainland Asia, just like that. Just nuts. Clubber says, this planet is pretty cool. You know what? I'll say it, you know? Hot take. Earth is my favorite planet. I think it's the coolest one. It's the only one that has dinosaurs, you know? And that is worth a lot. In my opinion, at least. Let's continue.
Punched into the Earth's crust by the asteroid.
Renfield says, favorite planet I have lived on? Did you give it 4 stars? 5 stars? Yeah. I think that is the peak speed for India. Very cool, Diatoms Tech. Very, very cool. Thank you for looking that up. Or maybe you knew that off the top of your head, but either way, appreciate that, Diatoms Tech. Also, Earth, as far as I know, only planet with diatoms. Dinosaurs, diatoms, dinoflagellates, too. What more could you ask for? You know? Yeah. Taxart says, I'd give it a solid 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Wow. Good planet. Would live here again. That's Taxart. Me too. Yeah. Yeah.
It evacuated billions of tons of water, which set off a mega tsunami that struck every coastal area on Earth.
Remember, 66 million years ago, before the asteroid hit.
And this also reminds me, does anybody remember in 2011, There was that earthquake in Japan with that huge tsunami that it killed a lot of people. The whole Fukushima nuclear thing got so much more attention after that, but like, did anybody actually die from that? I think there were like thousands of people who died from the tsunami. And it was on that very day, that would have been in February or March of 2011. That was the same exact day that I was flying back home to California with my girlfriend at the time from Montana. And we were supposed to, the next day, visit the Monterey Bay Aquarium. And it was closed that day because of risk of tsunamis. There wasn't a big tsunami on the Pacific coast, at least not there, but yeah, here we go. March 11th, 2011. This is in San Francisco Bay. Went way out, and then it came back in. I don't know if I'd be standing here filming at the time. That happened right when I started volunteering with the Monterey Bay Aquarium. Interesting, Otter. Okay. Yeah. There it is. So again, this is past the Golden Gate Bridge, so there's that tiny little bottleneck there. So this video must have been taken, it looks like it's probably Emeryville, which is like right there. So this is water that came in from the ocean through the Golden Gate Strait. So through the Golden Gate there. And that's from a large earthquake all the way across the Pacific Ocean.
Good boy, Chester.
Here it comes. So yeah, it is severely muted, let's say. Based on it being on the other side of the Pacific, and there's that choke point there. So you can't get the full force of it coming into the bay. But still, it's impressive, you know? Look at that. Yeah. So imagine what this must have been like, you know?
And the water itself becomes a wave because the tsunami arrives.
Yeah, you start volunteer training there next. Oh, very cool, Otter Do It. That's so exciting. Holy moly. Very, very cool.
You heard that right. A tsunami. The hole punched into the Earth's crust by the asteroid evacuated billions of tons of water, which set off a mega tsunami that struck every coastal area on Earth.
Remember, 66 million years ago, before the asteroid hit, all of...
So, like, we're not talking about, like we saw in that video there, just like, oh, gentle kind of push of water. No, this would be like huge tsunami waves all over the planet. Just bonkers.
Coastal area on Earth.
Remember, 66 million years ago, before the asteroid hit, all of this was underwater. And if you look at these layers here, you see something weird. Big chunks of mud and sand that were ripped off the bottom of the ocean and deposited here, far away from where they'd originally come from.
what we're standing on is a mudstone like you'd see on a continental shelf, seafloor anywhere. But then suddenly this thing that makes a cliff is a different set of processes.
This simulation of the tsunami caused by the Chicxulub impact shows waves a mile high, which means almost every coastal area on Earth would have experienced catastrophic flooding.
The tsunami is so big that it's nothing for the bottom of that wave to be tearing things up as it comes. In other words, the seafloor is actually feeling the bottom of the wave because it's so high on the top. So
Scooping up plowing everything in its path.
Scraping, mixing, so on, and it comes up on the edge of the shelf, and it crosses the shelf where we're standing right now, deposits in these crazy contorted-looking beds. And it's not just one single tsunami, right? It's a train of waves coming one after the other.
So water never moves just once, right? There's always a back and forth. Think of a splash in your bathtub or the swimming pool. So while mile-high tsunami waves are crashing down all over the world, what's happening inside the impact crater is even more interesting.
We have the tsunami leaving, but all the water that it's pushed out of the way doesn't all leave. In fact, the bottom part of that collapses back into the crater. And when it hits this molten rock, it actually explodes. And eventually that explosion component goes away, and you just fill the crater with what is very dirty water. We've got roughly 300 feet of material that is just the material that rained out of this cloud of debris inside the crater. At the very top of it is the tsunami that left the crater, bounces off land and comes back and leaves a record of it in this one section of the core here.
So all the stuff that got burned up instantly gets washed back. So this is like burned dinosaurs and plants and...
There's a record of charcoal within this.
Wow. Burned extinction charcoal. It's amazing. Believe it or not.
And Diatom's attack says, persnickety me, that's not exactly how waves work. True. Yeah. Fluid dynamics is complex, and I don't even... That's probably a better explanation than I would have given. So if anybody would like to hear a better explanation, go follow Diatom's attack, who also streams here on Twitch and does all kinds of awesome science outreach, with a particular focus on photosynthetic microorganisms in both freshwater and marine environs. Diatoms, you gotta love them. Go follow Diatom's attack right now if you're not already doing that.
Not the firestorm, the tsunami.
And Fall Machine says, dirty water. Yuck, that must be the worst part of the whole event. You know, other people's mileage may vary, but there you go, Fall Machine. Yeah, if that's the worst part of the KPG extinction to you, then you might be a glass half full kind of person, but not half full of dirty water.
That was all just the opening act to the extinction. They were enough to make pretty short work of any dinosaurs surrounding the impact site, but if that were all it was, many dinosaurs would have survived. Who knows what kind of crazy creatures we'd have walking around today. But what followed was a swing between climate extremes that was so severe it killed most life on Earth. First came the impact winter. Dust and soot were ejected from the impact and formed a dark layer in our atmosphere, blocking out the sun and dropping global temperatures by as much as 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
And by this point, you're dark, and you're not...
Permanent night.
Permanent night, you're not doing photosynthesis.
Now, for cold-blooded reptiles used to this
Oh, come on, let's get over the whole cold-blooded dinosaurs thing.
tropical paradise, that was a death sentence. They simply didn't have the metabolism to survive a deep freeze that lasted nearly 20 years.
Oh, come on. You know better than that.
Along with the soot and ash.
Also, 20 years? I wonder about that, too. Anyway. And Claireburst says, if you're talking about cold-blooded reptiles, show cold-blooded reptiles, not dinosaurs. There you go. Yeah.
From the impact, darkening the sun. The impact also vaporized sulfur-rich rocks, creating sulfate aerosols in the upper atmosphere, which blocked even more sunlight.
And yet, this is a big deal. The fact that it hit in the Yucatan like this, that is so sulfur rich, it's kind of like the worst possible spot that this could happen. And it happened there, you know?
Photosynthesis was in deep trouble in this dark, cold planet. That probably contributed to a massive die-off of plants that dinosaurs depended on.
And it is something like 60% of plant species, something like that, died out?
The dinosaurs that ate the plants started to starve, and as those dinosaurs starved, so did the dinosaurs that ate them. At this point, ocean plankton...
I don't like the looks of these, by the way. I hope this isn't like some AI trash, because it really looks like it. Yeah, what is this video? Yeah, I know, right, Claire? Ugh. Ugh. What do we say to that?
Ew! Brother, this guy stinks!
Anyway, and Haney says, wow, I didn't think about the plant die-off. That's the thing, is that it might be something like... something like 60% or more of plant species died out at that time.
From those seen elsewhere. Vaporized ejecta and smoke from fires filled the air.
And there may have also been a lot of sulfur blown into the atmosphere because the impact site in the Yucatan Peninsula had a lot of sulfur in it. And all of those things were abundant enough to obliterate the sun.
Without light, anything dependent on photosynthesis, on land or in the sea, was vulnerable.
It also made the sun smell like rotten eggs. There you go, Ty. Maybe that's the worst thing. Maybe even worse than the water being murky, you know?
Food chains collapsed, giant reptiles still alive died off. The Mesozoic era, the age of dinosaurs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, obliterated the sun, right? This is the part where I pause and show the Mr. Burns clip. Yeah, since the dawn of time, mankind has yearned to destroy the sun.
Dinosaurs was over. And there were other radical changes. In Kirk Johnson's Denver lab, you can see what happened to plant life. Samples taken from below the KT boundary show a high diversity of pollen grains, stained here in red. But above the boundary...
Dinosaurs came in all shapes and sizes.
It's true. Gaius Brutus, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for following.
This earlier diversity disappears, reflecting the extinction of 60% of all plant species.
Holy cow! Think about that. It's not like, oh, 60% of the plants in my backyard have died because of a drought. No, 60% of plant species go extinct. That means there are no more of them left on Earth. Think about that for a second, you know? The incredible devastation necessary to engender that. Like, that's nuts. Causing 60% of all plant species to die out. Your hydrangeas, it's not just your hydrangeas, everybody's hydrangeas, Tommy Ploticus. They're gone. They're no more. They're extinct. Crazy. Yeah, and there was a huge growth of fungi after this schedule. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Why couldn't this meteorite take out poison ivy? That's the sad part, says Diagnostic. I doubt it had evolved yet, but I'm not a paleobotanist. Anyway.
Begins to die off too. These are the organisms.
And the plankton too. Shoot. Diatoms. Your beloved diatom. Well, these are not diatoms here. These are what? Some sort of crustacean-y guy? These copepods or something? Cladocera. Oh, these are Daphnia. Daphnia aren't plankton, are they? Daphnia are, Daphnia aren't, dragonfly nymphs. That's a different thing, right? But they're often in the same enclosure in laboratories. They are zooplankton by most... Oh, interesting. Okay. Daphnia are zooplankton. Thank you, FishMike83. Appreciate that. Okay. So zooplankton are one level above the phytoplankton in the sense that they feed on phytoplankton, correct? They are not primary producers. They are consumers. Right? I know I work on dinosaurs, but I don't know nothing.
These are the organisms at the very base of the global food chain. They can
Well, those are the producers that are the very base, but yeah.
no longer survive, which means not much else is going to survive either. But after several decades, that long winter slowly starts to clear. But things got pretty...
Those were Volvox. Oh, yeah. Very safe cars, right? From Sweden. No, green algae. Oh, never mind. Okay. Whatever happened to Volvo? Are they still around? Have they transitioned to, like, only making excavation equipment now? Tractors and backhoes and stuff like that? Or they still make passenger cars? I feel like it's been ages since I've seen a new Volvo on the road. Of course Volvo is still around, says Charlie's Dragon? Huh. They got caught doing bad things with emissions, too? It wasn't just Volkswagen? Yeah. Huh. They still do, says Billy Stewart. They're still doing bad things with emissions? Uh-oh.
extreme in a different way. You remember where the asteroid hit? The rock that the Yucatan sits on is made of limestone, which is calcium carbonate. When the asteroid struck, it vaporized those rocks and injected roughly 400 billion tons of CO2 into the atmosphere instantly.
That sediment gives you the material to put into the atmosphere to change climate. But if it had hit in a different place, if it had hit 30 seconds earlier or 30 seconds later, it would have hit.
Yeah, with the rotation of the Earth, it would have hit in a different spot. Like, this is the level of bad luck that we're talking about here. Which, to me, is kind of... It's almost vindicating as a dinosaur paleontologist, where it's like, yes, dinosaurs are extinct. Well, not really. We have birds today, and we have how many species of living birds today? They outnumber mammal species like 2 to 1. How many species?
Over 9,000!
Which is remarkable in and of itself. It just goes to show the continuing success of dinosaurs. But for the non-avian dinosaurs, yes, they're extinct. But there was nothing at all inevitable about that. It took, like, the worst day in the history of our planet to knock them off. That's kind of remarkable in a way, you know? And when you think about stuff like this, like, it took something truly extraordinary to get rid of the non-avian dinosaurs. You know?
Sediment gives you the material to put into the atmosphere to change climate. But if it had hit in a different place, if it had hit 30 seconds earlier or 30 seconds later, it would have hit the Atlantic Ocean or the Pacific Ocean. All that would have gone into the atmosphere would be water vapor. It wouldn't have been an extinction event.
And we wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
This show would be hosted by a dinosaur, is what we're saying. That's what we're saying.
That's what we're saying.
That means once that sulfur haze cleared and the sun came back out, that CO2 trapped the heat, flipping the Earth from a freezer directly into this super greenhouse sauna that lasted for thousands of years. Now, dinosaurs were used to a hot world. That probably wouldn't have been enough to kill them off if it hadn't been for that sort of kill every plant on Earth winter that happened right before. So, dinosaurs, really bad time for dinosaurs, not any dinosaurs.
Right.
Over the next couple thousand years, one by one, every single non-bird dinosaur and pterosaur and other kinds of saurs, all the cool reptiles that dominated the Earth die.
Not all the cool reptiles that dominated the Earth. Well, actually, you know, the ancestors of our beloved leatherback turtles, they managed to survive this somehow, which is remarkable. So, yeah. And the crocs, Charlie's Dragon, and the tuatara. Yeah, and insert your personal favorite kind of sauropsid here. Those two. Yeah. Yeah. I know he's not trying to disparage modern reptiles. But yeah. Anyway.
Kinds of sores, all the cool reptiles that dominated the Earth die. Lack of habitat, lack of food, lack of warmth, then way too much warmth, cataclysmic droughts. The whole world became inhospitable to them, and only their bones remained.
I think ichthyosaurs were already extinct prior to this. They blink out on what, like the Cenomanian or something like that? So they were already gone. But should have had a mosasaur here, honestly. What I'm saying is they need a video editor who actually knows their paleontology. Yeah.
Here's the thing. Geologists and paleontologists knew for decades that a major extinction event had occurred between the Cretaceous and Paleogene eras of geologic time. Before this boundary, we see dinosaur fossils. And after, well, not so much. They just didn't know why. But back in the 80s, a geologist...
Walter Alvarez. Hang on. Walter Alvarez. I get to meet him back in April at a special talk at Berkeley about the KPG extinction, which is super cool. Yeah. A living legend, Walter Alvarez.
Not so much. They just didn't know why. But back in the 80s, a geologist named Walter Alvarez noticed that there was this layer of clay that was pretty much the same age and it was pretty consistent across many sites around the world.
With the help of his father Luis, who was a famous physicist, Walter Alvarez discovered that this layer had super high levels of an element called iridium.
And Hanny says, I read a book about him and his son. Oh, was that book perchance, T-Rex and the Crater of Doom? Yeah, classic book. By Walter Alvarez. He wrote it.
In Europe, South America, North America, even New Zealand, you can see that same layer dating to the same moment.
The thing about iridium is it's rare on Earth's surface, but it's common in asteroids, and this was the critical clue.
And that immediately led them to the hypothesis, wow, this thing is global. The only way that's possible is it was a really big asteroid. So once this iridium layer was found, the question was, where is the crater that should be left behind by an asteroid that's 7 miles wide? It turns out that the impact crater had...
Oh, and here they actually have, this is more or less what the globe looks like 66 million years ago. I still think there should... I mean, we now have mosasaurs from, like, the KPG, essentially, that are from this part of North Dakota. So we know that the seaway kind of came up like that. At least, it may still have bisected North America. You might still have Laramidia and Appalachia separated. I kind of suspect that's the case. I really want to talk to some folks from North Dakota about this. Get the skinny on that. Maybe do some live streams. But yeah.
Been discovered in the 1950s.
Enter Glenn Penfield and Antonio Camargo. They're geophysicists looking for oil in the Yucatan. They were using magnetic data as part of their mapping, and they found this massive magnetic anomaly, basically a perfect bullseye off the tip of the Yucatan Peninsula. They took it to their bosses at the oil company. They even published their results. But see, they were presenting an oil and gas conference while all the geologists who were looking for the crater over at the nerdy We Love Rocks conference, so none of them heard about this discovery. A local news reporter even covered their talk in a front-page story, and Penfield wrote to Alvarez to say he thought he'd found the crater that Alvarez was looking for, but got nothing in return.
Which is kind of wild. This is kind of like reading about, I don't know, that old Chucky D, Charles Darwin, had Gregor Mendel's book on genetics in his library. He never opened it. It was still in the original packaging. He'd never cracked it open. And if Darwin had read that during his lifetime, think how different things would have been. Think how that could have jump-started, you know, the study of evolution, the modern synthesis, as we call it, you know? But yeah, that academic mail backlog, exactly, Real Jessica. Speaking of which, I've got some emails I need to respond to as well this evening. But we got to finish this video.
Even covered their talk in a front-page story, and Penfield wrote to Alvarez to say he thought he'd found the crater that Alvarez was looking for, but got nothing in return. All the puzzle pieces were there, but they didn't come together for decades.
It was Penfield and Camargo and then others who joined them later, like Alan Hildebrand, who put the pieces together. We said, here's this low density anomaly that's huge, 200 kilometers across, or 125 miles across, and here's some cores with material that clearly came from an impact. This must be an impact, and this must be the one that's tied to the extinction event 66 million years ago.
From Mexico to Denmark to New Zealand, this thin, dark line in geologic time tells the story of a day that changed the world forever.
When I was talking with Walter Alvarez, he said we now have the KPG boundary from right here in California, too. That's funny how that...
Got him!
My soundboard also zooms in and out.
Got him!
I didn't know it did that. Anyway, in I think it's near Fresno. I want to say it's in the Moreno Hills, so like marine strata, latest Cretaceous. He found the KPG boundary there too, and it was like a week or two, maybe even a few days before that talk, which is so cool. So we have it right here in California now as well. And where's your necklace from? That's from Montana, although this is a Tyrannosaur tooth one. I had a bit of a mishap with the other one, and I need to find some more parts so I can remake it. My KPG boundary necklace. Anyway. But yeah. We've got the KPG right here in California, too. So not just Denmark and Italy and New Zealand and Montana.
66 million years ago.
From Mexico to Denmark to New Zealand, this thin, dark...
to California, too.
...line in geologic time tells the story of a day that changed the world forever and made dinosaurs a thing of the past. Elsewhere...
Fish Mike says lots of cool stuff in California? Absolutely. I'll always chill for California. The land of my birth, where I live now. I've lived in other places. I always come back here. Anyway, let's finish this video.
Elsewhere on Earth before the impact, other bad things were happening. In what's now India, 1 million years of massive volcanic eruptions had been spewing climate-changing gases into the atmosphere. But thanks to these impact cores, the vast majority of geologists now agree that it was the asteroid and its effects that ended the age of the dinosaurs.
Yep.
It took something much greater, something much more rapid.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Thank you, Fish Mike, for subscribing with Prime. I really appreciate that. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. This is my full-time job, believe it or not. You're helping make that possible. Thank you. Really appreciate that. I'm an estuary biologist for the SFE San Francisco Estuary. So I can only help support. I really appreciate that, Fish Mike. Holy cow. Oh, man. That also, boy. One of the things I would love to do this next year is get involved with San Francisco Bay sturgeon. If you happen to know anybody who does that, please DM me. Because sturgeon are super cool fishes. I love that they're, they've got this wonderful fossil record that goes way back into the Mesozoic. We still have them here. I feel like they're an underappreciated fish, and it'd be super cool to structure some streams around that. Maybe some IRL streams. I'm a smelt biologist, but I know the sturgeon folks. If you have time in your day to reach out, I'd love to make some connections there. That's awesome. Appreciate you, Fish Mike. I really do. That's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah. Here. Do we need to do another tangent here? I think we might. Take a look at this.
The San Francisco Bay is filled with many unique species of marine life. That includes a species of fish, millions of years old. NBC Bay Area's Joe Rosado Jr. shows us the effort aimed at helping the ancient species survive these modern times.
The waters of the Bay Delta, cold, murky. The perfect habitat for white sturgeon, a fish as unusual as it is ancient.
White sturgeon have been in the fossil record for at least 50 million years, so this is kind of like a redwood of the bay.
So 50 million years for that particular genus, I think, if not that species, white sturgeon. Which is, it's not Atractosteus, that's the alligator gar. It's the Accipenser, there we go. Another genus with an A at the beginning. White sturgeon. So yeah, I guess their fossil record goes back to what, the Eocene or something like that? Super cool.
The waters of the San Francisco Bay and Bay Delta are home base for what was
Fish
once
Mike. Yes.
a large and thriving white sturgeon population.
Historically, we probably had numbers on the order of 150,000 or possibly more.
Just how many sturgeon remain is the question of the day, and one the California Department of Fish and Wildlife is working to answer.
We are out on our set line survey. We go out to collect data so we can estimate the abundance of white sturgeon.
So this kind of survey work is crucially
done in the spring
important.
and fall of the last 2 years.
If you want to be able to protect this species, you've got to know how many there are, first of all. Like, if you don't have a good sense for the population size, you really can't do anything,
Involves stringing long lines baited with 40 hooks at various points around the delta. The lines sit out overnight. The next day, boats skippered by local captains and teams of researchers haul the sturgeon in.
They'll net it or get it into the boat carefully.
John Kelly, California's sturgeon coordinator, takes us through what happens next.
So they'll get the length.
106.5.
So this is the tricky thing about, I don't know, if I were to reach out to these folks and try and do like an IRL stream with them, they're part of a government group, and there's often all kinds of red tape and stuff like that associated with their work. So they're doing everything under permit. They might even need special permits just to be able to do media. So like it may have been a huge rigmarole for them to go through just to be able to do this news story with NBC Bay Area. But I don't know, I would love to be able to share this kind of thing with a wider audience, and I'd love to be there in person and meet the people doing this work and be able to help out in some way. I think this sort of thing is really, really cool. And the fact that there's this link to the Mesozoic there. These are fishes with a very long lineage, goes way back in time to the age of the dinosaurs. don't know. I get excited about this kind of thing, you know? And Fish Mike says, you could do a media request. Doesn't hurt to ask. I will ask. That's going to be, yeah. Like I said, I want to do a bunch of cool conservation-related things in the next year. Not just related to leatherback turtles like we've been talking about incessantly, but stuff like this. And the salt marsh harvest mouse here in the Bay Area. And other species like that.
Measure the girth, how big it is around.
Girth is...
Oh, and you brought these. Hey, Andrew is here in the chat again. Let me get some paleo salutes in the chat for Andrew Milner there. Andrew says, Saifu sauctum gregarium is the name of these sea poppies. Let's look that up before we continue with our sturgeons and then our KPG video. Oh, interesting. Are they thought to be related to crinoids? Also known as tulip animal. Thank you, Lenina, for gifting Andrew. No ads for you, Andrew. Fantastic. Thank you, Lenina. She'll put the name tag. Hello, my name is Tulip Animal. Filter feeding animals. Okay. Are they echinoderms like a crinoid? Affinity. Suggested to have affinities to bilateria due to the suggestion that it possessed a distinctive a digestive tract and anus, characteristic of the group. However, later studies suggested that it was likely a member of the stem group Ctenophora, the comb jellies. Wild. Okay, so probably not anywhere close to echinoderms like crinoids. Bonkers. That's so cool. Thank you, Andrew. For anybody wondering why we're talking about this, we were interviewing St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site lead paleontologist and curator Andrew Milner earlier in today's stream, and he mentioned these critters as being ones that he was digging up in the Burgess Shale back in the 80s and 90s. And the sea moth is, Mosura fentoni. That was a new critter just this year, wasn't it? Wasn't it earlier this year it was described? Yeah. Big old radiodont, or maybe little radiodont. Yeah. Moisiuk and Caron, 2025. There you go. It's named after Mothra. Yes, Mothra, savior of the earth. I remember seeing this. I don't think we actually covered it on stream, but it's really neat. Mothra. Pretty neat. Yeah, it's so cool. Many times I've found myself saying this. And Peter Fenton from the ROM. Very cool, your projects, yeah. What a cool critter. Holy cow. Here's life reconstruction of this animal. Much smaller than Anomalocaris, right? The name honors Peter E. Fenton, his work as a technician at the ROM, Royal Ontario Museum, and for his unwavering friendship to both authors. Very cool. Yeah, it's a pretty little critter, right? 1.5 to 6.1 centimeters in length, making this taxon one of the smallest radiodonts known. So things like Anomalocaris are like approaching a meter, right? Yeah. So Anomalocaris there in red. This was, I think, this is still considered the largest animal in the Burgess Shale. Certainly the largest predator. And it might be the largest predator to have evolved up until that point in Earth history. Which is really cool. Anyhow, I know that the tulip animal is not Ediacaran, it's later from the Burgess Shale. From the Cambrian. Yeah. And the really big one was a filter feeder, right? No, Anomalocaris we think was probably an active predator. But there are other ones like, wasn't it Lagania? Or, there's another one that's thought to have been a filter feeder. I think it doesn't have the big raptorial appendages on the front. The shrimpy bits. Yeah, here we go. These guys are thought to have been filter feeders, and they're a lot bigger. Yeah, Agiricassus, I think. Yeah, super cool. Anywho, interesting animals. Yeah. You've been reading Wonderful Life. Oh, very nice, Peanut Butter Princess. Stephen Jay Gould's Wonderful Life. I still haven't read that one. I have it. I haven't read it yet. Yeah. I haven't read it yet, but I'll get around to it one of these days. Anyway, let's finish the sturgeon video. And then we'll get back to our KPG video. And then we'll wrap up.
60.
Yeah.
Weight. 119. They'll scan it to see if it has a mark or a pit tag in it.
Not a recap.
The team inserts a tag in each fish and also removes one of its scales to indicate the tag.
Tag.
And to serve as a warning to other sturgeons.
The scan confirms whether a fish was caught during an earlier survey.
So this is a fish that already has a pit tag in it.
After a period of time, you go back and try to catch them again, and depending how many you catch, that gives you a sense of how.
And that's on a scale that's acute. Yeah, it's an osteoderm. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. But let this be a warning. Fish and Wildlife was here. Tell your friends.
How big the population is.
All right, this is a nice big one.
Sturgeon, which can live up to 100 years, have long been a prize catch for anglers.
White sturgeon are a really exciting fish to catch. Feisty today. They fight extremely hard on the line. They'll jump out of the water like a big game fish or a marlin. Whoa!
But since the 80s, sturgeon numbers have dropped dramatically. So low, in fact, that last year California stopped their harvesting and began limiting anglers to.
And bony armor or keratin scutes, they are bony, Claire. Yeah, I think it's hydroxyapatite, proper bone. I think. I don't think it's cartilaginous. There are parts of their skeletons that are cartilaginous. They're really weird in that respect. Sturgeon are so cool. They are osteichthyon fish, so they are bony fish, but I feel like they yeah, like they have a weird, they've evolved in an unusual direction where I think part of their skeleton is cartilage, almost like a shark. Yeah. Along with other members of the subclass Chondrostii, they're unique among bony fishes because their skeletons are almost entirely cartilaginous. Nuts. Yeah. No one told them they're bony fish, says Charlie's Dragon. I mean, they are, but they're just a little, they're a little strange about it. So sturgeons and paddlefish are the Accipensiformes, but they are actinopterans. They are Rayfin fishes, bony fishes. Even though their bones are mostly cartilage. Again, they you know, they do things their own way. And that's cool, you know? Yeah. Crab population has been limited due to overfishing. I mean, overfishing is such a problem all over the world, and that's also that is the major primary looming threat to leatherback turtles right now too, which we'll be talking about a lot. Anyhow. Fish Mike says there's sturgeon behind Shasta Dam, living in the lake, trapped there from when the dam was built. Every now and then an angler finds one. How big do they get, I wonder? You always hear about these giant sturgeon in protected places. Yeah.
Catch and release.
And Olympics dinosaur. Oh, yeah, biggest habit. Yeah. We might cover that story tomorrow. I think it was in, what? Somewhere in Europe. Is it Italy? Those dinosaur tracks were found? Oh, and I know where they are, too. That's the mothball fleet behind them, right? So this is in Sassoon Bay. That must mean that the Benicia Bridge is off to the stern here. Yeah. 10 feet long. Oh, wow, Fish Mike. I hope they let it go. Man, a sturgeon that big is going to be old. Yeah.
Only. Recent surveys show the state's white sturgeon population has plummeted to about 6,500.
So the California Fish and Game Commission has determined that this is a species that is a candidate for listing as threatened under the California Endangered Species Act.
The challenges for the fish include poaching, overfishing, and water quality issues. In 2022, a large algal bloom in the bay killed at least 850 white sturgeon, although researchers believe that's
I found a dead sturgeon on Alameda Beach when this happened.
Just a small fraction of the dead.
We know that was a major mortality event in the population, and it's definitely a factor in why we're seeing low numbers now.
After the measurements are taken, the tags in place, the fish are released.
There you go. Bombs away. We find they come out of the water in very good condition. They're healthy, they look good, and so we can get them back in the water in the same way.
We're going to shoot this one out, the Sturgeon Blaster 3000.
Sturgeon Blaster 3000.
For a fish that survived millions of...
Let's see that again.
Sturgeon Blaster 3000.
One more time.
Same way.
We're going to shoot this one out, the Sturgeon Blaster 3000.
For a fish that survived millions of years, there's hope they can survive current times. A traveler from another age, swimming for their lives. Joe Rosado Jr.
We want to make sure that we don't lose them.
NBC Bay Area News.
There you go. Oh, here's a link to this video here.
The incredible water monster, the Elasmosaurus.
Oh, Sarge, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Anyway, thank you, Fish Mike, for prompting that tangent. It'd be really cool to do some sturgeon streams this next year. I'm gonna look into that. And again, DM me if you know somebody I should contact about that. If we can kickstart this, if you could point me in the right direction, I'd appreciate that. No pressure, but if you happen to know something. Always glad to insist on fish tangents. There are some fish people that I want to interview over this next year too. People who work on otophysin fishes, which are like catfish and their relatives. Fish with very specialized ears. I've got some friends at Berkeley who work on those critters. And it's a dream of mine to be able to go do a stream with Methuselah, the Australian lungfish, at the California Academy of Sciences. Let's see if that can happen this year. And what was that Fish Source website again? Fish Source. I'm not sure I... Fish Mike also said there's boat strike problems with sturgeon. I can see that. There's such large fishes. They can go get somewhere. Oh, you're talking about Seafood Watch. Yeah. It's seafoodwatch.org. I have a meeting with the, with some folks from the Monterey Bay Aquarium. At the end of this month. I'm gonna see about doing a collaboration with them.
Hi, I am Jennifer Dianto-Kemerly. I'm Vice President of Global Ocean Conservation, and I have a special guest with me, Julie Packard, who's our Executive Director. Julie, how are you today?
Really looking
This is
forward
Laura
to
Dern of Jurassic Park. Digging up dinosaurs is hard,
give you a link to this
frustrating
video.
work. It takes months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
Electric Smog, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I don't have to show a video for this. Anyway, Seafood Watch is this really important program. They used to have an app until it became clear that, like, you can just pull up the website on your phone and it's more up to date, less expensive for them to run. It's just better all around. But the way that Seafood Watch works is there are certain species of fish in certain areas where the fishing practices are abominable, catching these critters, and it's devastating the oceans. So if you're the sort of person who eats seafood, it's not me, but a lot of people eat seafood, here are recommendations. And I guess this is in alphabetical order here. Bologna, amberjack, anchovy. Best choices. The most sustainable fishing practices, the ones that are least likely to really mess up ocean environments. These are fish that you can feel good about purchasing. Fish and other critters like abalone. Anyway, you can do a search here. So let's search, they don't have coelacanth. That's probably a good thing. Sunfish either. I don't eat fish, so I like to look up. What's an obviously endangered ocean fish that we should not be eating? I want to see what it says about that. Help me out, chat. Cod? Atlantic cod. Avoid Atlantic cod. Caught with set gill nets or set long lines or bottom trawls. Search shark. I think it has that. But yeah. Whale shark says fish link. They don't have that on here, thankfully. Yeah. I think this is mostly going to have, like, commercially important species. Yeah. And Addicted to Capping says, Dandy, how on earth can you not like a bit of buttered lobster rolls or crab? I don't eat animals. Yeah. I don't eat meat. Maybe it's good, but like, I don't need to do that. Narwhals, I'm not gonna eat that either. Anyway, back to our KPG extinction video. We gotta finish that out so I can wrap up the stream. So let's do that. We had some fun tangents there, and we will have many more tomorrow, I am sure. Yeah.
Like an impact to actually cause the extinction event.
In the years and centuries after the Great Darkening, light gradually returns. But what plays out in the aftermath is way different than when it dominated.
timeline here. 5,000 years after impact. Do we have that good of a handle on the timeline so far? I want to know about this. When I'm going to be visiting Denver, Colorado in February, I'm really hoping I can talk to Tyler Leeson, maybe even get him on stream to talk about the KPG extinction event. And I know he studies the recovery afterward. It'd be cool to hear what's the latest gossip on the KPG.
Returns. But what plays out in the aftermath is way different than when it dominated the Earth before the impact. On land, we see a fern spike. Most of what's preserved in the land fossil record immediately after the impact layer are ferns.
Yep.
In the oceans, turns out they bounced back surprisingly fast.
When we look in detail, what was actually dominating the waters in the crater was algae. So things like cyanobacteria, some of the very earliest kinds of life form on Earth, were able to live in this sort of empty ocean where most of the plankton are gone, 90% of the plankton are gone, so these early picoplankton, as we call them, actually take over. And they probably dominate the oceans for 200,000 years.
You can't keep a microbe down. Back on land, within 100,000 years, palm forests took over, and mammals doubled in size thanks to all of that new food. By 300,000 years, we see the first appearance of trees in what will eventually become the walnut family. And mammals got even bigger, up to the size of a beaver.
Holy cow, that as big as a beaver.
And by 700,000 years, we see the bean family appear for the first time. With all this protein-rich plant material, mammals exploded in size. They got up to 100 times heavier than they were in the age of the dinosaurs.
Yep.
We humans may even have had our very distant origins here. Meet Purgatorius.
Yeah, good old Purgatorius. Who, I want to say Purgatorius is from like the earliest Paleocene, right? Like Bug Creek Anthills. Like, from what I've heard, this critter might actually go back to the latest Cretaceous. We just maybe haven't found them yet, but they're probably around, maybe.
Fossils found in Montana, dating to just 100,000 years after the impact, reveal this tiny little chipmunk-sized creature, and it was already thriving. It's the oldest known member of the group that gave rise to all of the primates, lemurs, monkeys, apes, and eventually us. We all started in this moment. Purgatorius may have existed in the final days of the dinosaurs, but the extinction of the dinosaurs completely changed the trajectory of evolution of both plants and animals, clearing their way for the rise of the mammals. So,
Zmiju Psychofan says, we as humanity should start a cult off that asteroid. The only reason we're here now. I don't know if I would join, but good luck with that. I'm sure you could find some devotees. Yeah. Sounds... More power to you, you know? Have fun.
So, in a very real way, the only reason that you're here to watch this video is because that little guy survived the apocalypse. Yeah. Ultimately, the story of the dinosaurs' last day on Earth is one that we can learn from too. Our planet has rewritten its rules before. Rapid, global, cataclysmic change is not a hypothetical thing. It has happened. And when it did, life had to reinvent itself. The story of that day isn't just about extinction. It's also about resilience and adaptation. This is a pivotal point of life on Earth. Everything above it, us, all of our ancestors, our ecosystems, that all exists because of everything below it disappearing. But there is a warning here too. The changes that we see in the rocks, rapid CO2 spikes, ocean acidification, collapsing food webs, are eerily similar to what we are measuring today.
It's the speed of things that evolution can't keep up with. The estimate is we're in the 6th mass extinction event because of changing the atmosphere. I think the lesson for today is that if you change the atmosphere rapidly, life can't keep up and you will get an extinction event.
Now, the dinosaurs didn't have a choice, but we do. Stay curious.
Beautiful.
And a huge...
There's a link to this video here. like that. The dinosaurs didn't have a choice. We do. On that note, let's wrap up this broadcast. We're going to go, don't go away just yet. We're raiding into another scientist streaming here on Twitch. We're going to go say hello to Rhacodactylus if he's on right now. Let's see. Reiko is in the midst of a partner push. There we go. Yeah. I'm looking forward to Fishmas. Yeah, oh yeah, Fish Mike. Monday is Fishmas. The discovery day of the coelacanth. It's going to be awesome. December 22nd, Marjorie Courtney Latimer, 1938, East London, South Africa. Go over the whole story multiple times. It's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you to everybody showing up in our credits right now, from new followers and raiders to subscribers and resubscribers, cheerers and gifters, the people who make these streams possible through their financial contributions. I am tremendously grateful for the support, and that's why I can do this full time. What a privilege. What an honor. Big thank you to Andrew Milner today for being our interviewee for the Fossil Finders through SVP. I had a lot of fun with that. I hope you did too, chat, and I can't wait to see what his museum does in the next year. It's going to be awesome. And of course, thank you to our moderators. Everybody who comes in and day out, keeping this a safe and welcoming community for everybody and making my job possible by keeping a lid on things in the chat. Appreciate you more than you know, mods. Oh, let's go right into Reiko. Where the timer's